them, ask them how they are, what they do, their bank account number, and send in something. Thank you so much. God bless you. It's a beautiful day, and I am sure that we are here not just to learn, but to also network, connect with other people, and go home with something really important that would, contribute to our lives. And some of our speakers are here to also share their knowledge with some of us, because I'm also here to learn. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. We have more people coming. Don't mind the numbers. We are here not just by ourselves, the host of heaven right here. This is a field hall. Do we agree? All right, let's just start with an opening prayer. If you are led by the Spirit of God, I'll just call my leader here.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody, once again. Let's just have a word of prayer. Let's start by reverencing God, who is the owner, the author, and the finisher of our faith, who has made it possible for us to be here this morning, the possessor of heaven and earth. Let's appreciate God for today. And let's also appreciate God for our panelists, our speakers. Let's thank him for the deposit of knowledge, wisdom that are going to be shared here today. Let's ask that the transformation that we expect in our individual lives and businesses will be orchestrated by the conversations that will go on here today. The Bible says that wisdom is the principal thing, and in all thy getting, gets understanding. As we gather here today, O Lord God of heaven, we ask, O God, that understanding will be enlightened in Jesus' name. The light of God, the light of the Spirit of God, will rest upon each and every one of us, such that when we leave this place, we will leave this place with practical insights, practical tools, and practical wisdom to apply into our businesses, to take it from where it is currently and to where God really wants us to be. In Jesus' name. Thank you, Heavenly Father. We declare the meeting opened in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. Okay, let's take our national anthem. For those who know how to sing it, I'm sure by now you should have done that. Well, please, media guys, maybe just help us with the lyrics. I think let's help ourselves like that, because I know that some of us, we like to sing it just in our hearts. We are still biased. We say we want the old one. Amen? Old things have passed away. Behold, well, this is new again. All right, media people, do you have the national anthem? Please, let's be upstanding so that we can do this. Do we have someone who is a powerful singer that can lead us in the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
A round of applause for our dear nation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. Some people didn't sing. Even I was struggling. But we are Nigerians. We love the nation regardless. Right? If you are still here, you love Nigeria. Even some of us that have jackpot, we still love the nation. We are just going to equip the quip, to be alive, and then maybe we'll come back later. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is King E. Afemihe, and by the grace of God, like I always say, I will be the MC or compare for this beautiful, beautiful event today. We gather here for a transformative journey with the team from hustle to enterprise, helping MSMEs transition from survival mode to structured and scalable business. I kind of think that this theme is really powerful. Most of us can relate. We have hustled, we started businesses, and we are still hustling, trusting the Lord, walking in faith, but the hustle is real. But we're here today to maybe learn something new, to re-equip ourselves, to go into our different businesses and conquer. We're children of God. We want to see results. So if you're here today, you should give yourself a tap in the back. Okay, some people, you can't reach it. Just give yourself a round of applause, right? Or help someone, tap them in the back. Say, well done, well done. Just being here alone. Thank you so much. Of course, today we're going to be learning. We're going to be networking. We're going to maybe see some friends that we've not seen for a long time. Some people, they are seeing me for the first time after listening to my voice for maybe some years. So I'm excited about that. So thank you so much. We are going to go straight into the conference because time is not our friend at this moment. So I will invite our keynote speaker. If I'm not, no, before that, I apologize. Please let us welcome our host and convener, Pastor, Brother, Bishop, Minister, Mr. Kayode Akimbinu. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all glad to be here. Good morning. Okay, my name is Kayode Akimbinu. I'm the hub lead for Covenant Capital in the Lekki Temple. First and foremost, let me start by saying Covenant Capital is an outreach program of the Covenant Nation geared to empower young professionals, our budding entrepreneurs, small and medium business owners. And first and foremost, I have to also thank our grand patron, that's pastor, the senior pastor, Pastor Poju Oyemade, for creating this platform, for creating this avenue for us to be able to empower these young professionals and business owners. In the Lekki Temple, we have a lot of business owners across different sectors. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we've been organizing a platform where they can promote and sell their goods and services. For the last 3-4 years, we've had an annual Christmas fair every December where we have 70 plus or more vendors that come out in that compound there and display their goods and services to the 2,000 plus high net worth purchasers we have in the Lekki area using this church and this platform. But this year, we said it's not only about giving them an avenue to sell their goods and services. We also need to teach them and empower them with the right tools with the right skills that they can really use to take their businesses to the next level. This year, we need to find a way to build capacity in them. And that is what this conference is all about. This conference is all about hustle to enterprise. From just being on the street, selling those things, few things, making a few naira here and there, to a large-scale enterprise that can scale effectively. And you'll find from the people that are here, our keynote speaker, our panelists, our facilitators, these are people, young men and young women who have done it and done it successfully. So we're going to glean a few nuggets from their wealth of experience. So please, I would urge all of us, bring out your notebooks, bring out your pens and writing materials, and be prepared to be empowered. Be prepared to be empowered. And just to also say that for those that are in this area or live in this Lekki area, tomorrow we will also have our MSME fair in this same venue, outside after the church service, where we would have at least close to 90 vendors across beauty, fashion, agric, food processing, real estate, you name it. They'll be there to display their goods and services tomorrow. I thank you all for coming for this conference, and I hope you gain a lot before you leave here today. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for our convener. I was told that I just ordained him. Like, that's how I do my own things. Thank you so much, sir. Really, really appreciate it. So, I am sure that by now we all know why we're here. We're here to learn, especially. So, like he said, please put away every distraction. I know that social media is very sweet and can be very addictive as well. There's that new trend, that song, that, makeup, that food recipe that you want to see. But while we're here, please keep all that or put all that away so that you can learn. So if someone stops you on the way and say, "What did you learn?" you can give them a master class. Thank you so much. I would just want to introduce our keynote speaker, a person of Mr. Adebisi Akinlolu. Mr. Adebisi is a business development strategist and currently a director at Bakins Group, a retail and healthcare company in Nigeria. He also doubles as the CEO of Bakins Pharmacy, a subsidiary of Bakins Group. Bakins Pharmacy is a retail pharmacy chain with 8 stores currently operating in the Lekki axis of Lagos and 4 franchise stores to make a total of 12 stores on the chain. He has been able to execute the 9-month expansion strategy of the subsidiary churning out an outlet every 9 months in the 9 years of operation of the chain. Please, a round of applause for him. His professional experience spans across sales and marketing, product management, business development, and business consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, please make welcome Adebisi. He is also married to Tinuola, and they are blessed with 2 children. I hear he plays the musical instrument as well, so you may be getting some performance this morning. Please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here, and thank you for the introduction. It was good to hear that. It's a great honor to be here this morning, and I would like to say thank you to the leadership of Covenant Capital for having me this morning. I'll also be glad to share my experience, my entrepreneurship journey, how it started and how far we've gone, So, it started way back. I must also say this. I'm the 5th of 6 children. my dad is an accountant. My mom is a teacher. So I don't even have anything related to entrepreneurship in the family. But so the question is, how did I catch the bug? I mean, somehow you always catch it. So the journey started while I was in 300 level, to be precise. We had just finished our exams. I was home. And we had gone through the theoretical. So I studied pharmacy. I'm a pharmacist, right? So we had gone through the theoretical parts, and I was wondering, how does this translate to money? I mean, we'll go learn, cram what you need to cram, understand what you need to understand. And then after the rigorous exams, I go home, and I was like, okay, so what next? I woke up that afternoon, and I said, you know what, let me just look for anywhere, any pharmacy, and just tell them that, I just want to learn. I want to put to practice what we've been taught in class. And I went off Adeodeku, and I started trekking, walking, looking for a pharmacy to go and learn. I approached the first, and they said, oh, no, we don't really accept people unless you are fully trained and, you can't come in here. Of course, I didn't give up. I kept on moving on. So I found one on Adeodeku, right? And the place was not so busy. Probably that was why he was eager to just welcome me. And he said, oh, no, you can start the next day. And then the next day, all by myself, without assistance of my parents, I did all that all by myself. And so the next day, I pick my jotter, I walk again all the way, I get to the place, and then we start. And after 2 days, 3 days, apparently they were not having a lot of customers. So in those 3 days, maybe we only had one customer. And then you keep explaining what I've been taught in school and I've been running away from. And then you keep giving me the theoretical parts. And after 1 week, I had to approach him that, okay, I came here because I really want to see you attend to customers and then learn 1 or 2 things. But it looks like that's not what I'm getting here. I just said, okay, I should just be a little more patient. I apparently had 3 weeks to return back to school. So by the 2nd week, he now said that he would take me somewhere. After we had finished the session for that day, and he said we should go for lunch. And as we were going for lunch, he now took me to the head office of one of the top chain pharmacies, top 3, And he pointed at the place, and he said, next time you're on holiday, just come to this place. You will learn a lot. And as you would expect, the next holiday, I was already in 400 level, which was my IT, and I just approached them. And they welcomed me, and then I started my journey. But that was not just it. After the IT, I was so impressive that, the MD called me and said, BC, anytime you're on holiday, just feel free to just come in here, work and learn. And then, so Christmas holiday, any holiday, I was just always there learning. And that was how I think I caught the bug, because I can't trace it to anything else apart from that, And in the course of presentation, I'll be talking about apprenticeship, because I feel like that was some form of apprenticeship, right? You all agree with me? And I think for some reason, we've always skipped that part of our learnings, where you actually have to understudy someone and understand how things work, So that summarizes the journey. Then from there, I did my compulsory internship. I served in Lagos, and then from the little sales knowledge I got from working on the shop floor in the pharmacy, I joined a sales and marketing company. Again, apprenticeship. I had never done that. But I put everything, that I knew into it. And then my promotion was also rapid, right? So in 3 years, I was promoted to be a manager, product manager. I mean, I had moved to marketing. And the reason why I have to say this, because in the course of the presentation, one of the things that we've seen is most times we want to skip this process and we just want to jump to becoming entrepreneurs. There's no shortcut, to be honest with you. Anybody that is in construction industry will tell you that the number of floors you want, the foundation will determine the number of floors you're actually going to build. So most times, some of us will skip these steps and then we just jump out. But the foundation is not there. And so we can't actually stretch that wonderful idea, that wonderful concept. It's not like the business concept is wrong. It's not like your strategy is wrong. But it's just that the foundation is not there. You only mirror what you've seen. That's the truth of the matter. And so, yeah, I did that, and I did a bit of management, a total of, say, 7 to 8 years, and then I was good to go. But, of course, necessity actually led us to entrepreneurship. I had just gotten married. My wife was working in the bank. I was busy in sales and marketing. We looked at ourselves. She was working in the head office, and then there are times when she would go to work during the weekend. And we said, we can't raise family like this. And she said, I agree. And then we started. She started out, she pulled out first, and then 5 years later, I joined her. But I will explain that, and how that actually helped us in our journey. All right, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so for me, the question is, how far are you ready to stretch the idea? Because for every idea, you can actually stretch it. For some of us, we just want to stretch it a little, and we are comfortable. And the example, the illustration that I've shown there is that of a wooden hanger. It's made to be stretched, to be able to accommodate as much as possible. But the question will be, how far are we ready to stretch the idea? Do we just want to go one step? Or you want to go 4 steps, or 2 steps, or 3 steps? It starts with the mind. The idea first, then you also have to, write what you want to achieve at the end of it. Please, let's have the next slide. So for me, I think there are 4 major components of a scalable business. And most times, once we have this at the back of our mind, this can be expanded. But for me, I think there are just 4 main parts. You talk about the business itself, the interface, where you are discussing with the customers. If it's a fashion store, your showroom. If it's a retail store, your shop floor. If it's a warehouse, the place where customers come to pick items. That's very key. Then we talk about the back end, the support. That's where you have the HR, the admin, the accountant, every other part that supports the people interfacing with the customers. Then we move on to talk about management, and then we talk about governance. For me, every business is just divided into these 4 parts. It can be expanded, it can go beyond that. Most times, what you see is people have one part, and they don't have the other parts. So, for example, maybe someone that has worked for 10, 15 years. I also do business consulting, so I see that part too. So there's no management, there's no corporate governance, but they don't know this side. So it's difficult to go into a business because at that point, maybe you have 50 people reporting to you. Now you have one person that you'll be dragging. I'm not coming to work today, I'll come to work, and you're like, how can I start with this? So you can't start with that. Then we also have the other parts. People that start out early, start also early, but no experience with management. They've never worked in a structured place, so they don't even understand what happens in a structured place, how a structured place should be. I think if you fuse these 2 together, you will have a business that is scalable. And it's also important we know that both parts have their roles and they have their functions. Usually the shop floor parts, the back-end support, they are for short-term gains, which means that if you don't have shop floor, if you don't have what you're selling, and you don't have what you are supporting, I don't know what management is there for or corporate governance is there for, right? So usually the ones to the left, that's the shop floor and the interface, is what keeps the business running short-term because revenue must come in. While management and governance actually will talk about strategy and then sustainability. So when you fuse these two together, then you have a scalable business. So the question is, how do you now start? Because there is always a starting point. So yeah, okay, I had mentioned this, the customer, the value point. Just hold on that. One of the things I also learned, while doing sales, you get to see a lot of people. I've seen pharmacists where, while we're doing sales, you go to their store and you see almost 10, 20 people lined up to see them. And when you interview them, when you speak with them, they pride in the fact that if I'm not here, and I'm like, okay, I hope you know that you soon, because, and they'll tell you that, I went to do school runs. I have 50 people waiting for me. And I'm like, okay, must you be the one to attend? They say, I know, if they don't see me. So the issue we get to see here is that the mindset, is wrong because you feel like you must be the center of everything happening in the business. So you get to see a lot of that. You also see fashion designers. I must be the one to measure. I must be the one to do the A to Z, of that particular transaction. So that is good, but there's always a stage where you have to transition. There's always a stage where you also have to actually skip that step, train people, and then, while you're in the business, you can also be on the business and watch things happen, and then still come back again, check, and then adjust one or two things. So I call that the customer interface of value exchange points because that's where money will come in. It's very important. Like I tell management when we have meeting, I said there are two things. Either we are cost center or we are value center. If you come up with strategy and the shop floor, they're not generating money, we've become cost center. However, if our strategy is yielding results, then we are now value creation center. So the customer interface center is very important. Let's move on to the next. And then we talk about foundation for scale. So most times, we really don't want to pay the price. When the business starts doing well, you don't want to pay other people to join the system. The truth of the matter is, at some point, you might need to halve your salary. In fact, you might need to have some professionals earning more than you to actually have them on board because you are long-term thinking. At some point, in fact, some of the management staff were earning more than me, and I didn't mind, really. Because if those structures are not there, you can't think long-term. So most times, it looks like it's working, and we want to skip that part where we need to start, extending the roles to professionals. The HR, very important. The finance guy, very important. The admin. Start extending those roles, which of course we eat into your profits, but then it's very important for long term, and we need to also pay attention to that. The next slide, please. So management is actually about strategy and leadership, basically. Able to plan, able to look at the economic situation, pick up things, and then strategize for the business. Very important for long term, for succession planning, for sustainability, and what have you. While corporate governors actually make management accountable, can also help with influence. There are times when people on your board actually can help influence certain decisions. You also need them at some point because there are certain decisions you can't take at some point. So there is a process to that. In the course of this presentation, I will also discuss how we gradually build that. At some point, I had mentioned apprenticeship. During your apprenticeship, you are not just only learning, you are also building and networking. Because those people you worked with, I can tell you that all the managers I worked with, like 7, 8 years ago, they are investors in our company because you build your relationship. Because they become big too. They are not on the same spot, right? Some have developed competence in other areas. So when you skip apprenticeship, you're actually skipping a whole lot of things. You are skipping a whole lot of things. So, and that's also the same thing I tell the staff members, that when you are working, you are marketing yourself. You are marketing yourself to your colleague. You are marketing trust. You are marketing reliability. You are marketing a lot of things. I recall when we were going to open the first store, we had less than 1 million naira. But I had a manager that moved on. So there's a value chain. We have the distributors, wholesalers, and all that. And she was my manager, and she had gone to open a wholesale store. I performed. I gave her numbers when she was the manager, right? And when we were going to start, she said, BC, you know what? Your sis stock on me. So so that's, when we say capital, that's capital really. At times it's not just cash, There are relationships that will give you more than what you need. So most times, while we're at work, we don't build these relationships. Rather, we gossip more. It's okay, but it's just because I mentioned that. Governance, sustainability, establish policy, oversee corporate performance, all senior executive, like what I would tell, by the time you go for board meetings, you have to explain the performance. You have to also, it's good. It's good you're accountable. At times it could be funny, but you should also feel comfortable, being able to account, being able to give your own performance, right? And that also drives you, because when you know that by the quarter you will be having board meeting, when you get to management meeting, so you tell them that just like you're under pressure, I'm also under pressure. I have to give my numbers, right? And so it's good, right? It's a good relationship. Everybody sits up. You don't just relax and just be sipping tea every morning, right? So risk management and long-term success. Governance and sustainability actually ensures that. Next slide. So, personally, in my own experience, I honestly think that apprenticeship and entrepreneurship is actually the launchpad to any other thing it can be. Whether you want to be a serial entrepreneur, you want to be a solopreneur, you want to be an entrepreneur, I think you just need to combine these two. First, you need to learn. Secondly, you need to be given opportunity to lead under supervision of someone, and then that becomes the launch pad to becoming any other thing. But most times, we want to skip these two parts. We just want to do 1 year, and then, there's nothing you can really learn in 1 year. That's the truth of the matter. The idea might be there, might be burning inside of you, but trust me, if you don't have good foundation, you can't really get anywhere. So if I'm to summarize again, apprenticeship plus entrepreneurship, then you can get to anywhere you want to get to. And it's very important that we continue to emphasize this and then, explain to people that this is actually very key into becoming whatever you want to be. Let's move on. All right, so how does the journey now start? Now that you have the idea, now that you also believe that the idea is stretchable, you can stretch it as far as you want to stretch it. You can decide that, you know what, I really don't want a transgenerational business. It's left to you. It's okay. But whatever you want, please just write it down and then start. Okay? So someone would ask, what if we had not written this down and all that? Well, like they say, anytime you wake up is when. So then it's a new day. Wake up and then start. So write the vision, make it plain. let everybody know what you're about, and then you run with it. The second, okay, so then, secondly, business model. So most times, don't make these things look like they are, you can always break them down. Personally, I like to break things down, okay? Business model, like, oh, business model, you have to just go and read one big book, and no. Business model is just trying to say what makes you unique, and how do you want to play in the market space, basically, in the simplest form. And don't always make things complex. I like to make things simple, because when you make it simple, it makes it easy to run with it. You can always now build on whatever you've made simple, right? So, when you talk about business model, you talk about target markets. Who are your, because it depends on the sector you play. There are a whole lot of opportunities. For example, if you're in fashion, do you want to play at what value chain do you want to play? Do you want to be importing? Do you want to be producing, with a lot of opportunities for local production now in Nigeria? Do you want to be supplying the people that will, sold to the end users? Do you want to be a wholesaler? Just determine whatever you want, right? What is the gap in the market? Because there's always gap in the market, right? What is the gap? For example, for us, one of the things we did was, we noticed, when we started out, we noticed that most times, most retail stores were open by 7 or 8, most likely 8, and then by 9 p.m., they close. And for us, we realized that what if you are going out in the morning, you have school runs, and you've forgotten something? How do you pick? So how we used to play, we do estates majorly, and then we start as early as 6:30, and we are there till like 11, 12 at times. How we go about that, that's another model, but that's the gap we feel. So when you are going out in the morning, you see us in any estate we are, and when you are coming back, you see us. That is our own, one of the, so there are gaps. Look for the gaps and look for ways to fill them. That's just it. So your competitive edge, one of the things also we did was, again, like I said, during my apprenticeship days, I found out that most times, most pharmacists then, they were coming from the mainland, most live on the mainland, and they were working on the island. And it was always a lot of stories when they are going back home, the clothes and all of that. And for us, when we started out, we decided that we would give all our pharmacists accommodation on the island. And that was the selling point. So somebody in Enugu that wants to work in Lekki feels like, oh, he's the perfect substitute. And then, so you look for the edge, look for the gap, close the gap, and just be unique, basically. And there are a lot of gaps. It's just for you to look at it and then, decide on what you want to do. So the marketing potential, the growth potential, the risk also. So I've summarized it into, you have to do some of SWOT analysis. Please, the next slide. So everybody must do this. Even not for business, even personal, you have to do that, right? What are your strengths? We've all got strengths. You can't run away from this, because most times business, they don't want to do all this. You must do it. What is your weakness? Or what are your weaknesses? What are the opportunities? We have Dangote Refinery, for example. Is your business situated around that? Are there opportunities in real estate? Whatever, And what are the threats? You have to write them down. Again, like I said, it doesn't have to be complex. If it's 1 or 2 points that now, write it down first. As you expand your ideas, more points will come, and then you note them down. All right? Okay, so collaboration. This is actually very important, and I need us to pay attention to this. So what is collaboration? You're starting out, you're looking at the earnings, and you look at it, I can't afford an accountant, I can't afford the HR person, I can't afford the admin, which is typical. So what do? You collaborate. How do you collaborate? You look for an HR professional that has a full-time job, that can have time for you twice in a month, maybe weekends. Now, I've divided into short-term, medium-term, long-term. You have to understand that people have different objectives. So if you approach the first person and it doesn't gel, there is no problem. It's just that your objective does not align with the person. How do I mean? You approach somebody that maybe is already disgruntled at work and he's saying that, you know what, I'm looking for the next big project. Then you go and approach that person that come and collaborate. The person will just view you and like, this is my big project. I mean, the person is short-term collaborator. I want to make money because I'm already angry. This place I'm working, I want to leave. Or you approach somebody that's just left a full-time job and is still struggling with the bills and you're saying collaboration. Collaboration where? I beg, it's money I need to pay school fees, right? So you need to understand what is their journey. Are they ready for short-term? Are they ready for medium-term? Are they ready for long-term? And oh yes, there are people that are ready for long-term. There are people that will say, I mean, we did it. We had, when we started out at some point, we had an HR person that was ready for 500,000 per annum, which will make it so, and you say we won't pay once. We just pay per quarter at your convenience. I mean, that was it made a lot of difference. It was one that did our handbook, and she was working full time. The only thing is just that she would just have like an admin person to give instruction, but she was available. That is long-term collaboration. She was ready to get that peanut, but ready to contribute. So you need to look for, because you are at different phases. Whatever anybody wants to charge, there is no problem. It's just that, just know that we're not at the same phase. That's it. The person might be at the short-term phase, some might be at the medium-term, but there are some that are actually ready, And you also need to know how to sell this idea. At times, you might just say, talk to your finance guy. If it's 0.1% shares, just add. You to be releasing small. Again, like I said, talk to your finance guy so you don't go and give 20% and you're like, right? So you to learn to release little by little. Okay, so talk to them and then, there are a lot of them that are available for that. At the end of the day, the knowledge is there and there are some weekends they are not doing anything. So why not if not? And they work in a structured place. So they can bring that knowledge, while you also grow. And when you grow, don't forget them. It's a win-win. It has to be a win-win. Okay, so, I've moved on. So for HR, for your finance guys, for an accountant, those things are very important. They can help you. For the accountant, all you just need is get a bookkeeper that works with the accountant. The bookkeeper gets all the figures, the data and all that, and then works with the accountant, and then you just see that they are helping you with your books, but the accountant must be knowledgeable, right? So, again, like I said, you look at your business and you ask yourself, what can you afford? But there's something for everybody. It's just for you to think outside the box, and then, they'll help you with the tax issues, everything, There are people that have the knowledge. Just collaborate, okay? All right, so network and, at some point, I just had to include the raise capital. And the reason why I had to use raise capital is, to be honest with you, for any SME conference I go, and I don't mention raise capital, I feel like it's not complete. Because I ask, how did you get the money? I feel like you shortchange us if you don't mention that. You have to mention it, even though I'm not an expert in it, but how did you raise the capital? You have to tell us. Or this audience is not ready for that. Can you see? So I'm right. So I just had to just put that part. Let me just say something on that. So it starts with family and friends. I say family and friends. There are times friends come first. There are times family come first. And the reason why family members don't come first is because they will feel like, okay, if I give you this money now, and I don't want us to fight, and I can't collect this money back, who will separate this fight? We'll take it to family meeting, right? But there are some friends that are ready to take that risk and like, okay, I can use police for you now. So I'm just saying. So there could be more willing at times. So you just have to wait. It depends on your own situation. So you start with family and friends. That's how you start with. I recall when I started, I mean, I'm very close to my younger brother. He's a medical doctor, and he was the first person that gave me, But I didn't also mention that I started first with one venture, and I lost almost 2 million. I'm just saying. But when I lost the 2 million, when I started work, I paid him back. So when it was time for the next one, he figured out, when you lost the first one, you paid me now. So where I'm going is integrity. Are you ready to also explain this situation? Not that when you feel like can't pay, you ghost them. That is your seed capital that you are ghosting, or you're just ghosting your seed capital away, right? So anytime you collect funds from people, please do well to pay them back. Also, again, going back to apprenticeship and entrepreneurship, your colleagues at work, your friends that you've borrowed 500, 1 million, you've returned back, they are also your first set of investors. So most times, we don't market ourselves very well where we work. We just go there to gist. But like I always tell people, the workplace is a marketplace. We are marketing ourselves. So whatever you market, I mean, that's it for you. So business loans, very important. At some point when your numbers start coming up, banks will come, you approach them, and let me say this, there is no bad bank. It's only a bad account officer. You have to know that. I've seen this over and over again. So for me now, to play safe, what I always do, if I'm dealing with one bank, I open one branch on the island, I open one branch on the mainland. When the one on the island is doing, because you realize that when the one on the island is misbehaving and you go back to the mainland will now give you what you now be like, so this product is available in this bank. So what is now the problem? Right? So just know that. So instead of you fighting in banks, it's not banks that's the problem. It's the account, so just have that at the back of your mind. And the opportunities, there are lots of facilities you can actually always tap into. Angel investors. I'm going to share my experience with angel investors. Very funny experience, but it's also the reality. It's also going to speak to some things. So for me, one of the things I did to discipline myself when I was leaving my full-time job was to get an office space, right? And the reason I had to do that was I figured that you might become comfortable at some point, and so I needed to go to a place where I could be challenged, where you could meet other young entrepreneurs, where you could share ideas and all that. And I did that, and it worked for me. It was actually Reduce that I was using at Landmark. Fantastic. 6th floor, you walk in, there are a lot of PwC, you meet a lot of people. You feel like you are still in paid employment. You smell coffee and like, okay. To be honest with you, we achieved a lot of expansion during that period. I'm not joking. And I can trace it, and you know the reason. Because we were meeting like minds. We were discussing, we were engaging people. You were getting ideas. I also recommend for those that want to transition, please, when you're transitioning from full-time, don't transition and say you have your office space at home. In fact, that's where you transition back, you jackpot that to full-time, because there won't be anything that is putting you on the spot, Again, that's my experience, I must say, but I don't know what others feel about that. So while I was doing that, I met this guy, worked with one of the oil companies, we discussed, and that was my first angel investor. And it's a very funny experience, and I'm going to share the reason why it's very funny. So I explained we were trying to expand. I think they were on the 4th store. We were trying to expand, and I explained what I needed and all of that. And again, the first thing he did, one of the banks I bank with, he also banked with it, the branch. Apparently, he went to do fact-checked me, checked with the account officer, okay, the facilities we get, do we pay on time, he had done all of that. Everything was clean, So, our guy released money now. It was, he called it 9 figures. like 100, right? 100M. And then we got to the last part. They said, "Lisa, I can't invest 100M in you." I said, "Why?" I said, "You drive a Corolla, Toyota Corolla. I can't invest that." And I picked something. Although he eventually did. But it started with 20. I'm sure he was watching. Whether with that 20, you go and change your car. He noticed I didn't change my car. He now added 30. And then he kept on, and he kept on, and he kept on. So the part I was going to say is that it depends on the type of business. I think packaging could also play a huge role. So you need to pay attention to that. However, balance the lifestyle, because you might be putting all your profits in packaging, and at the end of the day, you are killing the business. So the balance actually is very important. But for me, it was a tough lesson, because I figured, okay, everything was right, but you just found out that the car this person drives is a problem. So because of that, it's a problem. So the balance, however your balance is, just get your balance. For some, maybe it might be depriving yourself of some holidays and then putting it back. I'm just saying, sharp balance it, because I know that lifestyle also plays a very significant role, in a business scaling and then becoming successful. Most times you spend a lot of money, paying attention to that and then killing the business. The money we are supposed to be using to employ professionals to continue to add value to the business, we use it on lifestyle, and at the end of the day, the business cannot scale. So it's good we pay attention to that. Crowdfunding. Yeah, at some point you get to crowdfunding where you could develop a pitch, and you don't have to blow it all over the net, but just within your network, you will need it. Then at some point you get to PEs, private equity, and venture capitalists. I think for me that has been my own journey. Okay. Okay, so the next slide. Okay. I'm sorry that is not clear, but that is a mail from Covenant Capital. That was 2019, EMP1. But guess who that was addressed to? Okay, so I think I attended that particular, what's it called, module. I attended Covenant Capital Business School in 2019. And that takes me to the very important topic. Please, a round of applause. All right, the next slide. So that takes me to the next, self-development, certification. You have to be hungry for knowledge, because, how can you lead people and then you don't have knowledge? I can't put it together. Attend seminars, certification programs. They are available, 6-month courses. It's not until you attend the MBA, right? 3-month courses, 6-month courses, all over the place. You need to actually pay attention to it, And there are a lot of, there are a lot of opportunities available that won't cost you so much. But guess what? I remember my experience. We had a lot of good facilitators, experienced guys, good guys, and the knowledge. It was around 2019. So imagine we just had 3-4 stores there, about 3-4 stores. But afterwards, there were a lot of things I took away from there, and then I was able to launch. That's it. Join groups with like minds. I can't overemphasize that. You need to join groups. You need to join groups of CEOs, groups of SMEs, different groups. For me, I joined different groups. Any groups that I think we share the same values. For example, Covenant Community has a lot of groups. How many of us are in groups here, Covenant Community? Join groups that will speak to where you're going. Very important, right? Attend conferences, seminars, pick 1 or 2 nuggets, go home with them, go and expand those ideas. That's actually always a starting point, right? Go for short programs, do book reviews. As a CEO, when last did you read a book? Do you try? Yes, I know it could be tough, but at least you should read a book a month, at least one in a month. Is not out of place. And the good part is that we've got audio books now, And we even have some apps that can, make you read a book in 30 minutes, just. But the beautiful thing about reading a book? I don't know, maybe I'm just the only one that is guilty. At times I could pick a book and I'll just get to chapter 3 and I see a point. That's the end of that book. And I've picked that idea and I run with that idea. So there are a lot of ideas in books. You actually have to study. That's the truth. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Okay, so technology, very important. Take advantage of it. It's available. But the question is, how well are you using it? For us, one of the things we did is we took advantage of technology. We have a lot of policies around remote work. I mean, we have people in the diaspora that still work for us. And I mean, to be honest with you, you won't understand how valuable that can be. Because most things they can actually do remotely. Especially people that worked for like 3-4 years and then they relocate, and they can still do certain things. Starting very, very critical role. They are part of management. We do our virtual meetings and they contribute. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of, for us, one of the things we also did, because we know that we are located our HQ is on the island, right? We got a space at Bagada as to create, because most times when you say work from home, people are not disciplined, right? So we have like a 5-man workstation at Bagada, such that if you are coming from Ipaja, all that, you can resume there, the cameras are there. I mean, your company must take advantage of technology to be able to tap talent. There are talent everywhere, but technology can actually make you use that. So create those policies, I mean, you will be able to attract a lot of talent that will help your business. Everybody does not necessarily have to resume at the HQ. I mean, why do you have to see their faces every time? Of course, there are also disciplines around that. There must be policy around it because some can actually abuse that too. Okay, so you need to take advantage of that. Professionals there are professionals in the diaspora, yes, a lot of them. And the truth of the matter is, most times when they relocate, after 1 or 2 years, they become restless. Have you guys observed? And they're like, what can we do in Nigeria? So give them what they can do, and then you guys will, strike a good deal. Win-win. They'll bring global practices to your business, and then everybody is fine at the end of the day. So tap into it. Don't just about the bad things happening in Nigeria. Just about let them, also tell you about global or standard practices. You actually be able to create a very positive impact in your business. So take advantage of that. The next slide, please. Okay, so I mean, the HR during the masterclass, I'll discuss that. Clear organogram. This is very important. And let me tell you what's going to do for you. Most times, people don't even put the organogram on the sheet of paper. But you actually have to do that. And when they eventually do that, they'll just put CEO, general manager, this, very lean. So the question is, what are you even looking at? If you want to expand it, what are you saying? So the slide is not clear. So what I did was, I also tried to expand it. So when you expand it and you see almost 30 positions to be filled, put your name in all those positions, put your name. So every day as you are seeing it, you'll be like, okay, I need to get somebody for this position. When you get somebody, you remove your name. And then over time, you just realize that you start filling up those spaces, But you have to first write it down, because if you don't write it down, you don't even know how you want to expand and how far you want to expand, So, but you have to put what you want the organogram to look like. Even if it's going to be like 50 people, put it there first and put your name in all those. So by the time you are seeing your name in like 49 places or 42, you know that there is a big problem here. I need to start. So that's how you start. To be honest with you, I did that and it drives you. So what it does is, you look at it, you see a need to bring 2 or 3 people. Now, when you see a need to bring 2 or 3 people, what does that mean? That means revenue must go up for you to bring 2 or 3 people. And when revenue must go up, where do you go? You go and drive sales. And then when you drive sales, you expand, you are scaling. Then you bring 2 more people. You look at it again. Okay, we need 3 or more people into these roles. What does that mean? I mean, we are not being funded by the government, right? So revenue must go up again. You go back. So it's a cycle. And then you keep driving yourself, everybody. And then in no time, we just realize that, oh, we are now 80 people in this company. Wow. I mean, and then the expansion goes on. So it starts with you putting down the structure as you want it. And then in no time, and then, oh, time is up. Okay, so lastly, please know when to pivot. Basically, when the model is not working, it's not bad, really. It could just be for you to go and tweak the value chain. Maybe you are playing at the wholesale and you need to go to retail, or you are playing at the retail, you need to go back to wholesale, or go back to distributor, or change the sector a bit. But please, always know when to do that. There are lots of successful businesses that did that. And at this point, I would like to say we've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. A round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you, sir. Please keep clapping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I said it was going to be a master class. Hello? Okay. Yes, I learned a few things, several things actually, and one is learn in turn. Another one is be willing to work for someone. In this woke generation, entrepreneurship is hungry in everybody. It's just that the road to entrepreneurship is not one that is. And finally, pay back the loan that you took. Integrity. And I would just want to add, don't slim fit someone else's shirt that you borrowed. Integrity is important. Okay? Because some people are here, they, borrow person's shirt, can't slim fit them too. By the time you are taking it back, the person is thinking, I've added weight. And it's not. All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves. I'm sure you learned something. All right now we're going to do something really specific. Agencies and partners spotlight. We have speakers representing LIRS, LS, ETF, and of course a brand consultant. And they will be coming up. Please, we have three speakers. You have only 7 minutes to, speak. 7 minutes, please. Okay. We have first speaker from LS ETF, Eric Sobukonla. Yes, I apologize. Have mercy on me. Oluwafumilayo. If you're here, please a round of applause. Oluwafumilayo, are you here? Next person to get ready, Wale Okumbanjo, and the last person will be Precious Evans. Please, you have 7 minutes. Please, a round of applause for Oluwafumilayo. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I forgive you for murdering my name. I'll try not to arrest you, but it's fine. My name is Eric Shobukola Oluwafumilayo, and on behalf of the Executive Secretary of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, I'm here to just kind of add flavor to what our first speaker has said, and well done. I was listening in, and I've done a lot of sit in for a lot of business development program. I've been in business school. I felt like I was all over doing it again. So a very good one. Short and put together in a very good way. Well done, sir. Thank you. Okay, so because I have 7 minutes, I'm just going to dive. Can my slide please come up? I think I sent a slide. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to dive into what we do at LSETF. LSETF is Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, enacted into law in 2016, and We are a government agency that has been given this, wonderful task of enabling job creation. And so we have to come up with impactful programs that can help in enabling the creation of job in Lagos State. And I must say that that's a very huge task that we have on our hands. And since 2016, we've been on it. And I must say that it's been a very wonderful journey for us at LSETF. We actually have a lot of programs that we had to come up with in order for us to be able to meet up with this task. And let's move on because I have 7 minutes. So those are the programs that we have to come up with. Creating job is not something that we can just, as an agency come up with. So we had to come with strategic programs that can help in enabling job creation and give an enabling environment to the MSME ecosystem. And that is why we have this access to finance, employability program, innovation program, market stimulation, and it's still part of market stimulation because it's leveraging all of this. Now, putting all of this into perspective, our access to finance program is a loan program as well as a grant program. A single-digit loan program, because if we say we want to enable job creation, then we must look deeply into the MSME ecosystem, because you would agree that those are the bedrock of the GDP. And the first thing we need to do is find a way to make an enabling environment for them, both to accessing funds and also to have access to capacity building opportunity that would help them to stimulate and as well as be able to sustain the funding that they get. And that's why we have the market stimulation, which is the business support program, and as well as the loan program. The loan program, quickly giving you insight into it, it's on different categories. We have the nano, we have the MES, and then we have the ME and the SME. The nano are the very barest minimum business owners, the business owners that have the turnover of about 100,000 per month, and those are the kind of people that we support with nano loans, 9% single-digit loan, and payment structure is within a year of the loaned amount. And then for the MES, which is the micro startup, these are startup funds for those that are about to start small businesses. They do not have any business idea, so they're just starting. And then we support them from the tune of 50 to 250,000 naira. And for the ME, which we refer to as the micro enterprise, these are business owners that are operating in the business space for quite a while in a small scale, and they have not put structure, like formalized such businesses. We support them with the tune of 50,000 to 500,000 naira, while the SMEs are being supported from the tune of 501 to 5 million naira. And these are businesses that have gone ahead to put structures and formalize their businesses. Our loan sizes, I think I've mentioned that is 9%. I mean, it's 1 year. For SME, it is 2 years, and then it is 9%. Sorry, next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the requirements to access the loans. We have LASRA ID because it's actually targeted at empowering those that stays in Lagos residents. And so the only way we can tell that you stay in Lagos is by identifying yourself with your LASRA ID. You have to be a taxpayer because that's the very thing that is being used to fund us. That's taxpayers' money are being used to fund what we do at LSETF. So you have to be a taxpayer as well and show evidence that you're paying your tax. A valid ID card, your BVN, a passport photograph, and your bank statement. And for the SMEs, CAC registration. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think I've mentioned the fact that through the business support unit, what we do is we try to ensure that we support the business ecosystem with, informations, educative trainings, capacity building opportunities that can help them to ensure that they are able to sustain the business. So a lot of people go into business, just like he said earlier, and before you know it, they fall out because they did not put the right structures in place. The next slide, please. Still talking about opportunities that they can get at business support, access to market. We give opportunity for them to exhibit their businesses. We have export readiness programs where we support small businesses to take their businesses outside the shores of Nigeria. And then we have access to grants, capacity building, business incubation and acceleration program. Next slide. MSME capacity building training masterclasses and advisory sessions. You have opportunity for one-on-one as well as mentorship program where you can approach us or send us an email to get you a mentor. And that's why I'm going to get his card because it's actually going to help to mentor some of the upcoming business owners. So you're not going anywhere. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I'll just keep. Yeah, so we have volunteer network, people that see what we do at LSETF. And please, if you're also up for that, you're an expert in your field, kindly please come up to work with us. We cannot do it alone. We have a lot of people that we need to support to be able to scale. And so we would like for you to work with us to ensure that we reach enough people to be able to sustain their businesses. Next slide, please. Okay, the next slide. And this is our employability program. Our employability program seeks to training youth within the age of 18 to 35 on trainings, various skills training. And this skills training is in partnership with UNDP, USADF, and GIZ. And we have King's Trust, KTI, King's Trust International right now. And what we try to do is train the youth on different skills acquisition. And what we now do is ensure that when we train them, we place them in job and not just train them. You know when somebody comes up, you already know time up.
Just bodyguard.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm not paying you, right? Okay, so that's what we do with the employability program. And just quickly to go into the Lagos Innovate program. Lagos Innovate is seeking to the tech hubs. I mean, those in the tech space that have great ideas, that are coming up with ideas. We support them with pitching opportunity, investment readiness opportunity. We merge them with those that can invest in whatever it is that they are coming up with as ideas, and then access to workspaces. Next slide. I think I'm almost done, and that's just a program review. Next slide. Okay, so what I would say is that to get more information about LSETF and how you can benefit, please just go to www.lsetf.ng. And if you would like to visit any of our offices, we have presence in all the local governments. You can just walk in and ask for LSETF office. Our officers are there to assist you. And then we are there just at the entrance to get more insight on how you can benefit from all of the programs that I just mentioned. Thank you all very much, and I wish you the best.
Thank you. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'm coming to your stand or to see you. First thing, I need to learn your name very well. It was so smooth when you said it, but it was difficult for me to. Affliction shall not rise second time. Thank you so much. Is Mr. Wale Okumbanjo here? All right, please, a round of applause for him from LIRS. Thank you, sir. Welcome. You have 7 minutes, please. I'll become your bodyguard after that. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Special thanks to the conveners of this laudable program. My name is CEO Okubanjo Olawale Olaleye. Then I'm representing Lagos State Internal Revenue Service and our able chairman, executive chairman, Mr. Subar Ayodele, and the Director of Special Duties and Informal Sector, Dr. Msme Shade Koka. Just to really tell of what we are here for, We are Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. We are brought up by the Lagos State Revenue Law and Administration of 2007, and that gives us a perpetual identity to run the business of revenue generation for Lagos State government. And as a matter of fact, our mandate is, as our vision, is to be the foremost internal revenue agency in Nigeria, technologically enabled to collect tax at the least possible cost. And our missions also goes thus to efficiently collect taxes that are due to Lagos State, thereby ensuring proper funding of the public services and projects. There are two things that are very certain in this world, and you cannot actually avoid them: taxes and debts. Very common, taxes and debts. And we are also trying to also partner with this, the convener of this program, and to also tell us, as we are coming up with these beautiful ideas of trying to run from also to enterprise, that there will always be a point in time you will need information about how to go about your taxes, either as individual taxes or corporate taxes. But as far as Lagos State Internal Revenue is concerned, we are the one saddled with the responsibility by constitutional provisions to assess, collect taxes from individual, either as an individual entrepreneur or business venture or business enterprise. We are meant to do that. And all this we do in order to ensure that proper structures, infrastructure that will aid entrepreneurship and its enterprise, commerce in Lagos State are put in place. Just like my partners are from the LSCF, we work hand in hand. Like she had already mentioned, that without tax, there is no way they can grant that whatever application you make to them. So we run our offices. We have 42 informal sectors offices across Lagos State. We have 39 stations, that are main stations, and they are virtually everywhere in Lagos State. We have 6 stamp duty offices across the state as well. We have 2 on this corridor, one at Lekki here. We have another one at Ikoyi. Then we have one at Ikeja. Then our head office at Ashibi Road, CBD Ikeja. Then we have 3 tax audit offices as well, where when you have the issue of tax audits or what have you, you can also meet with them and they will be able to sort out the issues. Then we also have about 3 physical planning units. These are the ones that deals with when you are building your structure for your business or your personal home, and there is need for you to also clear issues about tax, then these are the one in charge of that. So all this we do together to simplify taxation, to simplify collection, to simplify assessments and filing of returns. And we have deployed quite a number of solutions to helping every one of us to get our tax filing done easily, seamlessly, and get our assessment as when due, then pay the whatever taxes due on it. We have the e-tax platform that we have created, and that has gone on live on May 20th, 2020. Then we also have the one that we use, Ibile Up. That is for those who are in the sector of informal sectors, those who operate in the informal sectors. And like I've said, for informal sector as well, we have about 7 regions that cover the informal sectors, and they are named after the Ibile Up, Lagos Island, Ikorodu, Epe, Ikeja, just the Ibile, the old geographical classification of Lagos State. And the Ibile Up is to help us to do enumeration, to get those who are in the informal sector to pay their taxes without leaving their shore or living where they are actually doing their businesses. And this also help as well. Then for those who are into hospitality, hotel, and all other likes, we have the Eco-Fiscal Solution or system. This is another device that just recently been deployed 2017 and has gone live now. Is to just assist the hoteliers to get their daily business transactions automated on real-time basics. And these are the things the LRS has put in place to really ensure that every resident and every taxpayers, potential and existing, get to solve their tax issues without any ambiguity or any stress. So we are going to be at the back end here to also entertain any question that has to do with tax, how to go about payment, how to go about registration, the things you need to actually bring on board if you are coming for registration for your personal tax or for your enterprise tax, or as regards your employees as well. So we are going to be there to actually put us through and to see that we kickstart that relationship in earnest. Thanks for bringing us on board. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. A man that works with time. He didn't allow me do my work, bodyguard work. I think I need chests to really go into that profession. All right, please put your hands together for Precious Evans. Please, you have 7 minutes. And after that, we will turn off your mic. All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank the conveners of the program. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And to everyone who made it here, I'm really glad to see you guys. So, a few days ago, I got a mail from the conveners of the program. And in the mail, they said I was going to be talking about building strong international brands. And everything I'm going to talk about today is basically my thoughts when I got the mail. The first question I asked was, what does it take to build a brand across borders, across regions, and across cultures? Well, we have heard a lot of things about business today, business models. We have heard finance, we have heard team, we have heard HR, and all of these things. But I want to say the truth. The long-term vision is never going to be driven by business models if there are no passions. Loss is going to come. There are days where your competitors are going to eat you up. And the only thing that can keep you is why did you start the business? And this is to simply say that your brand doesn't start the day your business launched, or the day you made a logo, or the day you made a flyer, or the day you got your first sale. Your brand started the very point you got an idea to start a business, the very point you had an obsession to solve a problem. That particular point, your brand started. And this is to furthermore say that you are the first brand of your product. Understanding that your product gives a perception, which we now call brand. How people feel, how people think about you, how people think about your product, how people feel about your product, how people feel before they reached out to you, how people feel while they were communicating with you, how people feel after they bought your products or your services. And so, if you want to build an international brand, you have to ask yourself, have I thought about my product myself as international? Or am I simply just running the product to get profits so I can survive? So here is it. Well, I'm a brand strategist, and if I'm doing any business just to make money initially, I don't do branding for it. I create a product, I reach out to the target audience, I sell it off, 6 months, I'm done. But if I want to build a sustainable business, I take out a lot of time personally for my meditation, making sure that I myself, who is about to be a visionary of this business, of this impact, already feels perfect, already feels fulfilled, that I'm about to solve a real problem. This is to say that business and branding, the difference and why they make up each other is that business does more about finance, how you manage your losses, your debts, your taxes, and all of that. But what branding does is it keeps you in the business. When the competitors come, how do you fight them? It's not true business. Because at some point, your prices might want to increase. Well, you are going to say, since my competitor is selling at 50K, I can't go to 100K, meanwhile I'm making losses. But what branding can do is this. You can sell a product of 50K for 150K if you have built the right perception. So, I have a question for everyone who already runs a business. One question is this. The last 5 people, the last 5 customers that bought from your brand, that bought from your business, do you remember the problem they were facing? Do you remember their names? This would, after answering this question, you would get to understand if you are running business from a point of I want to make profit or from a point of I want to create impact. I have 3 more minutes and I can't say everything I want to say. But here are 3 things that you must note if you want to build the best brand, if you want to build something close to excellence and something close to perfect. Well, times have changed. Someone who started business 10 years ago cannot implement the same laws to start a business today. And so the person 10 years ago was thinking on profit. But you're not thinking on profit. You are thinking on creating a system and a culture that people are going to believe in. People are going to think of you always. Oh, when they hear about clothing, who do they think of first? When they hear about female clothing, who do they think of first? After I bought from you, how did I feel? This is the current generation. And so, for you to create that impact, it starts from you, your mindset. Secondly, you're about to embed a culture on people who have had beliefs while they were growing up. For you to embed this culture, you have to become a leader. This is to say that you must not be the CEO of a business before you own the business. Here, if you have a problem that you find very, very profitable, well, you can focus on the profit part. Look for someone who is a visionary to run the business. In the current age, if you're not a visionary, don't take the lead role of any business. If not, you're going to make lots of mistakes because all your goals and all your collaborations is just going to be that, let me make money. Where is the next money coming from? And at the end of the day, you're going to end up running business for 2 years. And all you have to show for it is money, not impact. And the truth is, when all you make in business is money and not impact, a competitor is going to come and kick you out like you never existed. Before Apple came into the industry, there was Nokia. But Nokia never thought about the users so much. They never thought about creating a difference. They were in the market, they were making money, so they had less concerns. But then when Apple came, he thought about how can we create a system and a culture that once someone uses one of our products, you become addicted. This is how you should make people feel. Even if you sell wigs, your packaging, your communication, the way you talk to your customers, find out the actual problems they are facing and help them solve the problems. Build a connection outside just business. And the last one is, when you have figured out the mind and why you want to run your business, when you have figured out where your business is headed in 5 years, you can break this vision into months and into years until it matches up the 5 years. Vision expands. Vision does not stay at the same place for a very long period of time. The more you go into business, the more clarity you get. Clarity is progressive. And so, the most important factor, or one of the most important factors that you want to possess, that you want to have when you are building your brand, is your brand messaging. Once you understand the person you are communicating your product to and how they feel and the problem they are facing, then you can better connect with them emotionally. And here, before I leave, this was the last thought I asked myself concerning my businesses. 1 minute. This was the last question I asked. Precious, if the world hears about you today, how would they feel? Will they get the clarity of what you are trying to build? Or will they hear noise? And this is what noise looks like. Come and buy hair from me. Come and buy hair from me. I'm a hair vendor. But then you can position as a consultant how to take care of your hair, how to do this, how to take care of your wigs. These are 2 different people. One is selling hair. One is selling hair care and hair at the same time. And also helping people achieve what they want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Precious. Please, a round of applause for him again. He had so much to say, but I told him that the spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophet. You work with the time you have, and he did exceptionally well. Thank you so much, Precious. Thank you. All right, we're going into a panel discussion. right now, and I will be inviting our panelists to the stage. Please, let's celebrate them. You know, they say celebrate grace. This will celebrate them so well that they will be looking around and thinking, am I now the president of Nigeria? Please, that's the attitude, all right? Thank you so much. And the first person is Juliet Aibe, a.k.a. Chef Jules. An exceptional, accomplished entrepreneur, baker, and African grains expert. Raised on a farm in Kwara State, her love for millet and guinea corn inspired a unique blend of baking and advocacy. From launching Cake Fair to founding the Domestic Grains Initiative, Juliet champions indigenous grains through workshops, recipes, and innovation. Her work bridges traditional and modern baking, driving sustainable food solutions and celebrating African heritage. A true reformer, Chef Jules is transforming both the kitchen and the field. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. She needs no introduction. We know. Welcome her. Thank you so much. The next person is Precious Talker, a.k.a. Presh Talker, a seasoned media personality, show host, and fashion entrepreneur with over a decade in media and entertainment. From Ray Power FM to TV screens, she's known for her vibrant hosting style and captivating presence. Presh is also the founder and creative director of Ankara Bay by Presh Talker, a bold African fashion brand. Please make welcome Presh Talker. Thank you. I met her earlier. Very amazing person. We are going to talk a bit more. You might not be privy to that information, but thank you. All right. The next person is Toyin Onigbanjo. Oluwatoyin is an award-winning entrepreneur, nutrition and gender advocate, and CEO of August Secrets Limited, makers of Jordan Natural Cereals. She's transforming child nutrition in Africa with African-inspired products. Toyin is a recipient of the Graca Michael among the leading ladies, African Most Inspiring Women 2024 and 2018. And one of Nigeria's most innovative women entrepreneurs by SME 100. Please welcome Oluwatoyin. These amazing women. Women are doing incredibly. I don't know. At the last men's meeting, we spoke about this. Men, you know, I'm organizing the voiceover conference. 99% of the volunteers, over 70 people, 99% are women. You hear them talking, I'll be like, what's happening? A round of applause for, let me stop here because the spirit of the prophets. All right, the next person, Elizabeth Nia. I hope I pronounced that well. If I didn't, have mercy on me. I'm a work in progress. Elizabeth is a seasoned business growth strategist with over 15 years of experience across digital assets, fintech, and emerging markets. As chief people officer at Global Technologies, she builds agile, innovative teams and drives organizational growth. She holds an executive MBA from Lagos Business School and certifications from CIPM and GPHR. Outside work, Elizabeth serves on advisory boards for impact-focused initiatives like the Covenant Nation and Joseph Business School. Please make welcome Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work. Thank you for the incredible work you do. And to moderate this panel session, one more person. Okay, they've set me up. Okay. Oh, sorry. Maybe I'm the one setting myself up. Where is the fifth name now? Dibowale Banjo. I believe that's the name. Thank you, sir. So that balance can be paid. Adibowale Banja is the CEO and co-founder of mycover.ai, Techsters 2022, the InsurTech platform revolutionizing insurance access across Africa, a strategic leader in business development and product innovation. He is driving insurance adoption through tech-powered, scalable solutions. Under his leadership, mycover.ai is building Africa's largest digital insurance infrastructure. Please, a round of applause. Finally, we are ably represented. Thank you so much, sir. And please make welcome our moderator. I had to ask the pronunciation of her name. If I don't pronounce it well, I believe it's Unini Campbell. Please put your hands together as she comes on board. Another beautiful, amazing, intelligent woman to host this particular session. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, awesome. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Please, one more round of applause. Wow. You all look amazing. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel session titled From Hustle to Enterprise Behind the Scenes. So this is actually one of the most anticipated conversations today, and rightly so. Why? Many of the MSMEs we have here today are at a critical junction. They've moved from just having an idea to actually doing the work. However, there are still a few big questions that remain. Like, how do I grow this beyond myself? What do I need to shift? In what direction do I need to shift? What's really going on behind the polished Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn posts and nice product launches? What's really happening? So today, we go beyond the nice, polished stories. We'll be hearing directly from founders and builders across food, fashion, creative, tech, manufacturing, and more. And we'll be getting real about what it really takes to build sustainable, scalable businesses, not just anywhere, but in our own environment. All right, so welcome to these amazing, powerful panelists. And we'll start by going back to the beginning, all the way back to the why. And it's a shared question, so please feel free to go one after the other. I mean, many businesses begin with a spark, by an accident, or something nice, an exciting moment, or even a frustration. So, in your scenario, what is that spark? What is that why that led you to either creating the business that you have today or leading the career path that you've chosen? Okay, do you want to, maybe start with you, Chef Jules? Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Quickly, I'll say that I had an entrepreneurial seizure when I was working in the corporate world. I worked in SPDC, that was Shell. I started as a copper, and then I started, working with them. So what happened was, a friend of mine, I used to take cakes to the office. I used to bake as a pastime. It wasn't like a job or a career or anything like that. It was just like a pastime. So I'll take cakes, to the office, and then during tea breaks, bring out my cakes, have a good time. So one of our friends wanted to get married at the time as well. So she now approached me and said, I like that your cake, can you do a wedding cake? I'm like, wedding cake, in my mind, I'm like, yay. But I didn't kind of show that, fear. I just said, no problem. I went back to her, I'm like, yeah, how do I do this cake now? So she now asked me how much the cake would cost. I was looking for a hobby. It wasn't like I was in a business, so I just called my salary.
Wow.
So like, that kind of money. I say, yes, now, it's your wedding, once in a lifetime. So you have to really go the full distance, do the marketing. To my surprise, she just paid. I'm like, what? So I don't know if you were at the last platform when Gabriela Beche talked about how one truckload of diesel was the salary. Like, the same thing applied to me. It's like, you mean 1 month salary, 1 wedding cake. So if I do 4 wedding cakes in a month, that was it. Then that seizure just sparked in my brain. I want to do this as a business. So for me, it was to make money, doing what I love doing, having the freedom to do what I like. So for me, my primary objective was freedom, to be free, to have my own time, be my own boss. But that's a hazy mirage. You're already not your own boss. You're kind of held on stage by the business. So for me, that was actually the tipping point that made me say, you know what, I want to do this as a business, and I want to make sure I learned what it took. And as I was doing that cake, it wasn't easy because I was afraid. I was not confident of myself, but I didn't show that. But I was like, buy this book. I bought it short. I think I spent the whole money buying books, buying things, just to make sure I delivered, I did not disgrace myself. So for me, it was important that my integrity was there, even though I didn't really have the skill. After that job, I said, you know what? I have to go and learn how to do this thing properly. I wanted to bring a picture of that first cake, but I was too embarrassed to bring that picture. It wasn't bad, but no. So, but after that time, it made me realize that if I want to do this, go the full distance, I have to make sure I know my muscle and I can, really, really earn and add value. Not just earn money, but also add value. So that was how I actually started. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so Fresh Talker.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So a professional master of ceremonies and facilitator, so I'm used to being on that side. Or standing. I'm still getting used to sitting here as a panelist, but God will allow it. So I'm honored to be here. I did put down a couple of questions just to test the audience and see if we have the right audience. How many of us in the audience are already entrepreneurs? All right. How many of us desire to own a business but do not already own one? Okay, I see some hands. How many of us did not think about it at all before, but because of the necessity of the times, you had to start a business? How many of us desire to start a business, you have the drive, but you don't have the capital or anyone to support you? Okay? How many of us have the ideas, and we have the creativity, but we cannot afford the kind of team? We're still, like he said in the keynote, 50 names, all of us on all the names. All right. Thank you very much for coming along with me, because I was literally one of those things at every point in the business. I was one of those people who said, I do not like to run a business. I was in the media space, still am in the media space, but in the course of my job, you make a lot of money and you make it at once. So I liked the idea of getting my money in bulk. If I did a voiceover gig, or if I emceed an event and all of that, or I did a production, my money is in bulk. Secondly, I did not like the idea of having to deal with people one-on-one over small amounts of money. So it wasn't an idea that I liked at all. However, necessity behoved on me. And it was during the COVID period, all of us were sitting at home. There were no events to host, there were no voiceovers to do, there were no productions taking place, and I like money. I'm an Igbo girl. And no Precious Talker doesn't say Igbo, but my middle name is Ada Aku. It's literally Ada money, So my partner at the time had said, he was also in the media space, but he ran a business on the side of food business, and he had said to me, Presh, you need to start a business. And I'm like, that's not going to happen. What kind of business am I going to start where they're going to pay me the kind of money that I want at once? And anyway, he starts to encourage me, and I say, finally, I'll start. And we're going the slippers. And then we started to create designs for dresses. And I got a tailor in that our small space, and we started making the dresses to go with the slippers that we're going to sell. Launch date will come, and I was so afraid. We had put up all the slippers, and nobody had even asked us how much. And I was a mini celebrity because I just come off a reality TV show, so I put my name out there. I'm like, oh, we're going to start this. And then we put out the dresses that were supposed to accompany the slippers, and people started saying, how much? And actually started paying. It was one, like, you need to see my excitement. We're actually selling. Someone is actually buying. And people started to buy, and more people started to buy. And the more they bought, the more we got more. Those slippers, one did not sell. But we started to sell those dresses, and we're still selling dresses till today. Praise the Lord.
Wow. Very interesting, wise. I hope we can all identify ourselves somewhere in one of these stories. All right, Toyin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toyin, and so how the question is?
Yes,
how
the why, how, what's the spark?
Story.
Yes.
So how we started our business. My name is Toyin again, and our business is August Secrets Limited. I always say that 1 in 10 or 15 young mothers with babies know August Secrets. So, by the grace of God. And we're not even where we're meant to be yet. So, but what we do is we make food for children. But then how did we start? So, it was in 2013 now. 2013, I was pregnant. 2014, I had my baby. January, and as a first-time mom, I was looking out for it, which is normal, looking out for what to feed my son. And at the time, it wasn't only just food, the diapers, everything. If you're a new parent or if you're a parent, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And it was outside of Nigeria, actually. All my in-laws, who were already parents, were sending in suggestions and all that. I remember vividly we were using these diapers that was plastic-free. And so it came to food as well. We stocked up all the purees. And coming into Nigeria, you know those ones who are just coming with new babies at the airport. That was exactly how we were, my husband and I, and another relative that we went together. So, and then getting to 6 months, when he was supposed to start feeding, he didn't take any of those foods. So, and I'm talking about like 3 full suitcases, bags, Ghana must goes of different purees from different countries. I had in-laws, I remember back then that I had in-laws who one sent like half a suitcase to me because she, at the time, was an experienced mom. And out of frustration, like at that moment, I wasn't even thinking which one is good or which is not good. A child is starving. He needs to eat. Now, I've always had this curiosity, even before I became a mom. Why would a child eat only pap for the first after the first 6 months, a child is meant to breastfeed exclusively. After 6 months, the child is meant to start eating family food, healthy, nutritious family food, right? And then 99% of all the food that we have for our children in Africa, 200 million people, are imported. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Before you feed your own child, before you feed yourself, you go to the farm. You go and take smoothies and spinach and make sure you eat really good food, pounded yam and egusi. But before you feed your own child, you go to the shops and go and pick up food that was transported miles and thousands and millions of kilometers away. And we've been shaped that way 70, 180 years ago. I've always had that curiosity. But then my son is here. I just didn't mind. Just let's shall feed what we've bought from abroad. And he didn't take any of them. So we started to give them out, otherwise they were going to expire. And then I'm back to my curiosity of, I can't give my child only pap. And then some will say, oh, add crayfish. How am I going to give my child pap with crayfish, avocado, egg inside one meal? You know, it's either going to constipate the child. You don't even know if the child has allergies to some of these ingredients. So we have to rethink this thing. And then my mom was the first critique, like, so you are going to start research or you are going to have my grandson, get hungry. But then, interestingly, the two went together. I was a frustrated first-time mom as well as a curious human being. I remember when someone asked me, so tell me, how were you able to move from your house to a 7,000 square meter factory in 7 years? You still have to tell me. I don't know. I don't have anything to say other than it happened. But then I realized that it was that curiosity, that was actually the driving force. Because the boy we're talking about now is 11. He's no longer a baby. But what is now keeping us in business is no longer the same my son wants to eat. Now the boy is almost as tall as I am. And you know how it is. They even tell you what they want to eat. Now you don't tell them what they want to eat. But then what made us start our business is this curiosity, as well as, of course, 80% my son's picky eating habits. Even when I tried homemade for him, there were some specific ones he didn't like, and there were some that he liked. So at the end of the day, my son never took any packaged food. He took only homemade food. And he's not just grown, he's brilliant. And the same thing was replicated for his 2 siblings. Now, in doing all of this, I documented all the process. The curious me shared all of this to any mom, any dad, anyone with a crying baby beside me. Your child cannot go hungry. You can't be spending millions and thousands and hundreds of money and complaining that your child, is not eating. I became an evangelist, and that was how August Secret started. From that same boy's room, I remember pushing his toys away for us to start. That was it, somewhere on the mainland in Lagos. And today we are in 400 retail outlets. It's long. Thank you.
Wow, interesting. I mean, from the hobby to her very first deal, that was the size of her 1 month salary, to, trying things out. I want to make money, right? And ending up with a blooming, growing, successful fashion business, to frustrations of a first-time mom. I mean, amazing. So, Debo.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning or
Can
afternoon.
you all hear me?
Yes.
So, I'm blessed among women.
Yes, you are.
Very, very interesting situation. I mean, it's good to see. So, there was a time where the reverse was the case, right? Where you had all men panels, and today we have most women. So,
Let's clap for that, please. Let's celebrate that.
Good to see. All right, so I don't have a sexy story. Right? So I'm not one of those people who thought, oh, I'm going to build a business, I'm going to take over the world. None of that, right? I just went to school, got out, looked for a job, and started my career, right? I'm focused on it and worked through different facets. Looking back many years, I now saw that every job was a preparation for where I am today. But it wasn't something that I planned, right? And the last trigger that got me to my cover was I had started working with this guy who had built a startup, and he was like, oh, you've done strategy, you've done business development, come and help me build this. So I joined him, then I saw Shege, And I realized that things could be beautiful from outside, but really tough inside, right? I realized that what it takes to build a business. So, I've always worked in either strategy, business development, in your bubble, right? I never had to deal with lawyers except when we are signing contracts. Nobody say, oh, you are owing me, come and pay, Didn't deal with all of those things. And I like my peace of mind, right? So when I got into this, first shock was there's no peace. And I'm not wicked, so it's not aligning, right? But it was an insurance platform, auto insurance platform, where you typically just go select from a couple of auto insurance in particular. And I had put maybe about 8 months of hard work on this thing, and it was just not moving. What kind of principality is this one, right? Typically, when you work on stuff, right, 2-3 months, you start seeing like real traction. And I've done this for almost a year, and it's like the thing is not even sending me. But then I started to scale back and look at the problem, right? What are we even trying to solve here? And I identified a couple of things. So first one, the platform was ahead of its time. So this was 2014, 2015 that the platform came. Not many people were even fully into the e-commerce space, not to talk of e-commerce for insurance, right? So that was one. 2, I looked at the structure, the model that we had, and I felt like we're tackling the wrong problem. So first, focus on auto insurance. How many cars are there in Nigeria, right? And do people even understand insurance? So thankfully, again, by providence, God brought a couple people that had come to work with us, and we just started talking about these ideas. And at some point I felt, what we really need to do is, there are institutional voids in this entire space, and we need to build that infrastructure. We need to take this from ground up and, put it together very nicely and started executing, right? Thinking that now that we have thought about the problem, now that we have identified the problem, we have the right, co-founders and everything, that we should be able to know, right? It became tougher, right? But I think the one thing for me is, like I said, every step of my journey has led me here. So the one thing that kept me in that time of uncertainty was, I'm meant to be doing this, right? And because it was tough, but I just had that assurance. This is what I'm supposed to be doing at the time. And then we doubled down, and in my introduction, they put Texas 2022. That was when we got accepted into Texas program in Toronto. I think about a year after, we raised $1.2 million to drive the business. And we are still on the grind, right? So, like I said, no sexy story, but...
Awesome. Thank you. And finally, Elizabeth.
Wow, what am I going to say after you heard all of these very impressive stories?
And we're just starting,
Right. Okay, so I'm not a founder like all of them are, but I'm a friend to founders and CEOs. So how did I get into doing what I do today? It's really, I'm a sucker for efficiency. I hate when things don't work. That thing they say that some tailors or some fashion designers won't make heaven. I hope they are not here. Right? And when you look at it deeper, it's really because some of them have outgrown where they are, and it's an absence of systems, processes, and structures. So what do I do in my current role? I support founders, I support CEOs, I help them to fine-tune their ideas. They have too many ideas, and I'm sure you are here. Someone would, I have this brilliant idea from the moon. Okay, thank you, Oga. Can we talk about it? So, how are you going to make money from this idea? Money will come now. How can you tell me? I got this idea when I was meditating. So money will come from it. Okay. So who are we going to be selling to? We're selling to women. Okay. What demography? What kind of women? What particular, who exactly are we targeting? How is this idea going to make money? Because you can sell, but you may not necessarily make money. Unini is putting on very fine pair of pants. So let's say she says, everybody admires it, and everybody is saying, can I have Unini's kind of pants? And because of that, say, like 20 people who are waiting for this order. Let me go and take loan and start a factory. We are supporting law. It's gone, right? So that's what I do in my day-to-day. So I help founders sit, break down their ideas. There are sometimes, and like Deborah says, there are times you have ideas, but it's not for now. And that's probably why you're struggling. You know, so you can have an idea, but this is really not the time for it. Maybe it's an idea for the future. So we look at it, and we also, so beyond fine-tuning the ideas and ensuring that it's viable, because that's what makes the business. Secondly, we now implement and institute structures to ensure the integrity of that idea. So what do I mean? You have this brilliant idea, we've looked at it, the market is clear, the opportunity is there, our edge or our competitive advantage, or you know, the how we're going to perform better than our peers in the market is clear. Then secondly, what are the requirements? Do we need 10 people at once? What kind of people should those people be? What kind of skill sets do they have? And all of that. So beyond that, also ensuring the sustainability, because there are times where, you know, founders can be emotional with their ideas, so they tend to hug that idea. So I'm like that, that sounding board that helps them to ensure the integrity and the sustainability of the idea. So you've done this, we've said, okay, these are the policies, these are the guidelines, this is how we're going to run this particular business, you know. So we must make sure that beyond all of the documentation and the processes, I also support to ensure that these ideas are being implemented. Otherwise, you are just, if you have processes and structure and you're not implementing, you are just as good as someone that doesn't have. So I hope that's inspired. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, you're right on founders having many ideas. And it's always good to have someone who can help put those ideas into perspective. All right. So let's jump into some of the questions that we have here. I mean, we've talked about the idea, the moment that sparked what we're doing today, right? And now to take it from that idea and grow it into a business that's sustainable, there are certain things that have to happen, whether in your head, in your mind, sometimes even in your body, right? So I'll start with Precious. So as your brand grew, what part of your mindset had to evolve or change? And what was that change like for you? Was it a happy change? Was it a painful one? You know, what was that like?
So, no offense to her, but one of the scarier thoughts for business owners in the beginning is having people like you by their side. I'm not even kidding. I can assure you that if, when I was having these thoughts, I had come to you and you started telling me these processes, I'm not going to start the business. Because I was already afraid. There was too much jargon that was already out there when I was trying to look for information. It was way too much information, way too much jargon. Something I wanted to do anyways, but I wanted to make money, right? So what had started to happen was I shut down every... Now I can call it noise because I know better. At the time, I'd already walked myself in the course of my career to a point where I was equipped in many of those areas, even without knowing it. Right? I'd worked in a structured environment, so I knew a bit about processes. I knew about, profits and losses. I'd worked in all of those spaces. I'd served under people. So I knew, even though I did not know that I was gathering experience for where my business was. So at the time, I thought I was shutting out the noise with just saying, nobody should tell me anything again. I'm going to figure it out on my own. And that's really what we did in the beginning. How much is it going to cost to make this? It's going to cost me 10 naira. How much is it going to cost to produce? It's going to cost me 1 naira here, 1 naira, that's 5 naira. How much do I want to make in profit? 5 naira. How much does that equate to? 25 naira? that's how much I'm going to sell my dress. 25 naira. And that's really how I had started to do my maths in my head, because there was so much that I was being told that I could not process at the same time. So I really needed to take it in stride and figure things out on my own with my small team of one. It was really just me and one person. But we had a lot of strategy sessions, and we had to sit down and say, oh, this is how we're going to move forward from here. This is how we're going to do this. This is how we're going to do this. And I cannot say that my business is successful today because of all of those things. I believe that God would have had me do this business. I just did not know it because of where my head was at the time. However, one of the biggest things that I had to surmount really was just, how am I able to succeed in this field that many other people are thriving in without the resources that they claimed to have? Because now I know that many people were claiming to have things that they did not have. Because there were many people on social media touting to be all of that and more. And you know, when you go to their spaces, you're like, what? I'm even doing better than you. Why are you making so much noise? You know, so how was I able to, you know, use the resources I had and get to where I believed that they were without killing myself? And it really, for me in the beginning, was shutting out the excess noise, right? Taking it in stride. If 10 naira is what I can do at the time, I'm going to do 10 naira. And then we grew from 10 naira to 20 naira and 20 naira to 30 naira. And naturally, when the time came for me to have her, it was a natural progression. I knew that at this point, me and my small team of one could not handle this anymore. Now we could get help. And so it really helped that I did not have everybody speaking in my ears at the same time. It helped, all of the experience that had coming had helped as well, but it helped that I'd shut out the noise at that time and moved to where we needed to be.
Awesome, thank you. And I would like Chef Jules to speak on that a bit, but before that, please, can we have the Slido QR code up? So let's scan this so that we can start to type in our questions. Once we're done with the initial questions here, we're going to take some questions from the audience that the panelists can respond to. So let's just type it. Once you scan this, it would come up. You would have like a web app, and then just type in your questions there. Thank you. So, I mean, amazing. There are a few things you said that just really, you know, have sparked some things in my brain. I know the keynote speaker talked about apprenticeship and entrepreneurship, how that many times can set a very good foundation for going into business, just having learned from someone, right? And then the question of, do I start first or do I first think of structure and process? Which one should come first, you know? So Chef Jules, while you speak to that, you know, in your scenario, what was that like? After making that first cake and maybe a second cake and all of that, at the point where you realize this is more than me, this is more than just, you know, what was that shift like? And what did you need to change?
Well, it's a very convoluted question because the path to entrepreneurship is a jagged path. It's not a straight line. I didn't even start doing the cake business the day I realized that I had a seizure. I took a second job when I came to Lagos, like, okay, I worked in an IT firm, Surulere. You know, I was still doing the cakes on the side because you had the seizure, but you had the fear. Like, see, are you sure that you can really pay your bills? And even if one wedding cake, you can do that times 4, where would you get the next wedding cake job from?
Exactly.
You know, I recall Pastor at that time was like, don't worry, maybe you get married. So even if you're not able to take care of yourself, your husband will sort out the bill, you know, so go ahead and do the cake business. Do you understand?
Wow.
So, because there's always this check, like, can I sustain myself with this business, you know? So in terms of processes and procedures, those are not the things that you think of when you first start a business. I always say, please forget those things. Do the business first. It is in doing the business you will understand the kind of process you need to put in place. For example, I say I manage 4 inventory levels. And please, if you're going to start a business, make friends with an accountant. Just find somebody in church who's an accountant. Sit with them, hello. So how do I pick their brains? Because those guys are geniuses. And they're one of the most, with due respect, arrogant of the people because they will tell you this is how to do it. You must know liability and assets. I have to go and get Frank Wu, as a matter of fact, so I can sit down and understand my business. Because even the accountants, in all that he knows and everything, he doesn't know your business. He just knows how his body of knowledge of accounting, how he can apply it. And it's left to you to tap into that. So I always say, do the business first. Don't worry about structure, procedures, processes. Do it. Be documenting. That's the worst sickness of any business owner, documentation. That is the most tasking job ever. You come back, you're tired. Once you're writing, okay, how much did I spend? It is important for you to write down everything you spend. Even when you buy chewing gum in traffic, write it down. Do you know it was the accountant who said, you know what, I'll give you a table. If you buy chewing gum, put it under this category. I said, oh, really? I didn't know. Oh, there's even a category for things like that. So it's in doing the business that you know the business, that the idea for structure will come. Someone like Liz can now come and say, okay, so how do you want to make money? I will say, look, I don't know, tell me. All I know is that I can do the cakes so well that, I mean, even the president can say, wow, you know. But how do I actually ensure that I move from just doing the business to a place of structure? It's not a straight line.
Yeah.
Be doing it, and then I always say that opportunity will come when you're prepared, and then where they meet is where you succeed. And in my business, I will not tell you that it is my skill that took me far. Forget it. My biggest jobs, I just got a phone call. So you can put the structures in place and all that, but pursue excellence first. Pursue integrity. Pursue knowledge, knowing it. So when they come and say, do something for me, you can go back and tweak your juices and then comes out. So don't be hung up on processes, structures. People like Elizabeth can help you do that. Pay them a fee and they will sort it out for you. You just focus on getting the job done. I never really put my energy in those processes. As a matter of fact, it was when they came, as I said, no, guys, not like that. So actually, I manage 4 inventory levels. There's raw material. Then I said, when you buy the goods, record it, and then when you bake, I said, no, when I buy the goods, I do what they call work in progress. Intermediate products. And then there's the baked goods. And then there's the finished goods. So it's okay, in that case, don't use this. Use enterprise edition. So if you don't know what you're doing, you can't really structure.
True,
so it's important for you to be doing the business, hustle. There's nothing wrong in hustling, no. See, if you don't hustle, you can't build the skill. So it is from hustling, you can now start saying, okay, me alone, MD, CEO, head of finance, head of market research. Okay, no, I'm in 4 places. Let me try and, if I hit 1 million naira, I will hire 1 person. Don't just hire because, there are 4 roles. Hire because, number 1, you can afford to pay somebody. Then number 2, you have hit a certain level of income that can help you accommodate 1 person. So the structure comes as you do the hustle, and then the enterprise is built over time. I always say mastery is a reward for consistent diligence. So just keep doing what you're doing, and then life will conspire in your favor to bring you to the path where there will be need for structure and order. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I mean, so, something that really stood out for me is set your goal. So, I mean, when we see this, it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with, the initial hustling, right? That's how you start. So that's what we're calling hustling, is that you have the idea, you first of all test it, right? And let the market actually give you feedback. Then from that, you start to know what process that you need to set in. And I think the key point is, 1, be conscious that you actually will get to a point where you need to start to put in certain structures and processes in place and set that goal. To say, okay, once I've done 100, now I need to add, this and that. Thank you. So the next question, this is for you, Debo. I mean, you had mentioned how that your own journey started from moving from corporate career into running a business. I mean, those are 2 different worlds, right? I'm a career person. And, what major shifts did you have to do? I know initially you had talked about no peace of mind. So, I mean, aside from that, also in terms of how you had to then apply yourself, right? What kinds of shifts did you have to deal with? And maybe what did that feel like?
Okay, thank you. How many of us know this phrase, jack of all trade, master of none? Do we know the concluding part of that phrase? It says, oftentimes better than the master of one. Yeah, you can Google it. Yes, but it's oftentimes better than the master of one. So I became a jack of all trades. Right. So like I said, the thing about corporate is there are structures, right? So there's a solid interchange between departments, and everybody, there's an overall objective, but everybody have their role, in that. But with entrepreneurship, the thing you find, particularly at the early stage, is you are the finance guy. You reference that. You are the business development guy. You are the operations guy. So I've spoken to a customer on the phone. I've gone to deliver the service. I've come back to do the invoice. So you're everything, right? So it's jack of all trades, at that time. And so for me, but I said that my journey prepared me for this. So I had, was in strategy, so you could, think about business and, envision what will require. Then you can go to tactics and sort of say, these are the things that will move the needle for us. Then you're also a business development, so I've had to sell, right? I've had to, do partnerships and whatnot. And then in doing partnerships, you have to agree to terms, so contracts and the likes. The part that I wasn't exposed to was, when liabilities just fall on you on a daily basis, and you're like, what's going on here, right? But I think that was one thing that I had to. So I had to evolve into this person who was worrying about so many things at the same time and still staying calm, right? So even at the time when we had like employees and I would have paid them, remain on pay, right? And I was married and had a kid. I think I had my first kid at the time, and my wife, very amazing woman, right? Because I'm not sure that some people would take that. And I would, sort of, and she was working in corporate. She's also in entrepreneurship now, interestingly. She was in corporate at the time. And we sort of found a balance, right, that helped us survive that period. But it was just something where you're building this thing that you're not, you're hoping that it succeeds, but you're not sure. And I think that's the part that maybe we don't tell ourselves the truth. Most businesses fail, right? So you're trying to build this thing, you're not sure, so there's anxiety. Right, but you can't transmit that to those who work for you. You always have to tell them, don't worry, next quarter, we are going to hit the numbers, it's going to be great. So you're also a motivational speaker at the same time, right? So you're doing all of these things, but you're like, God, I beg, if you don't show up, So I think that's what I had to do, right? Be so many things for the business and for many other people. And also be present at home, right? Because like I said, I had a kid, so I will still come home after all of this and still, sometimes feed the baby, sometimes do all of those things. It was really tedious. But I think for me, when I look back, it was something that built me to become resilient, right? So, and even when you're successful at that level, you want to scale, they bring fresh challenges. But that resilience that you build at that stage is almost like David and the lion and the bear, and then David and Goliath. It gives you that testimony to build on.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. That was beautiful. Okay, so that we can still get to cover more of our questions. Our next is for you, Toyi. So we've talked about the mindset shift. Now, we want to talk about, some of the systems, structures, the things that need to, and not structure as in, okay, this is how I must do it, I must hire 5 people, but just what happens at the back, right? So when you moved from home production to scaling to a real manufacturing business, what were some of the toughest systems that you had to build? Because just manage, all of us run a factory in Nigeria, in your home, your light, your water, just that small factory, the stress. So when you had to do this for a full manufacturing business, what were some of the toughest systems that you had to build? How did you figure it out, really?
Okay, so I'm just trying to imagine how the space is. My colleague is here, and I'm trying to I don't know which is bigger, this very space and our factory, but it's really debatable. And then coming from my son's room, so although it wasn't from my son's room to the place, there were, other factories in between. If it's about what happens behind the scene, I think it's pure madness. Yes, so, I mean, this is my year 8 in this madness, in this craziness. And honestly, what I would just say is, entrepreneurship it's a journey, right? But I've realized that not everybody is built for it. Because there are some things you will say. A very perfect example is my husband. He's not built for entrepreneurship. He's somebody that even if he has the money, I foresee that he will hire someone like me. You see why I pointed my hand to, to manage because it really you can't explain it. Juliet has said it. Today it's here. Tomorrow it's here. In the next, and you see when it's here, that's when you have to become a motivational speaker. You have to encourage your team. How do you explain that? So, for instance, we had set up, there was a particular equipment at the very first factory that we moved to. Everything was perfect. We had set it up. We had, done everything, did the testing. And we didn't realize that the noise level was unbearable. Now, we did everything, the power, the solar, all of that. And then when this thing started, even me, I ran out. And I was like, no, I first ran out. Like, all of us were laughing. And we're like, this is not funny. This is millions. If we, who are going to operate this equipment can't stand, then how are the residents? The estate now, it became an issue. It can't work. We didn't use the equipment, the line. Wow. It didn't see the light of the day. And this was supposed to be like my cooperative, from work. I tendered my resignation in 2018, but we were about 18 months into the business. But then, so we were moving. I gave myself a milestone, if we're able to move into our milestone, then I think it was, if we're able to get our NAFDAC done, because think of all this madness and then you do your NAFDAC. And I had zero experience in manufacturing. My hands are as bent as whatever. I'm very good with cooking, with food. I was already filming my recipes. I wanted to be like the very popular bloggers that but I ended up with machines. In short, I was like, who sent me? Who sent me? But the market sent me. I've always wanted to cook the food. Shebi is my son that is not eating. And I'm a mother. Go to the prep it. Hi, everybody, look at how I'm feeding my son. Finish, off the camera. But then, the next demand was, we want the food. Just bring the food like that. After your explanation, just bring the food. I'm like, you guys, are you silly? Are you serious? You've seen the recipe now. I've listed 3 grams of... No, customers kept saying no. I was, making deliveries. After all everything, the equipment is not working. I'll run, go and make deliveries, come back. Now, thankfully, to answer your question, because before I drop this mic, people will have to beg me because it's long. It's really long. Manufacturing is really crazy. So I'm just trying to summarize it all. That first thing is, if you're not built for it, you don't have to force yourself. I have to say it. I just have to say it. If I could turn back the hands of time, the only thing that I see that will make me start this journey again is probably how I'm built. Maybe I would just say that, okay. Or maybe if I knew what I know now, all the energy, all the experience that I've built now, and then I'm to go back, if I don't have all that energy, I will not proceed. But I've already passed through it, so there's nothing I can do. We can't turn back the hands of time. So pretty much that's it. So it's just to let you know how crazy it is. But it is not scary because I realize that is just my own experience. Some people are so good with this thing. All those things I've just said, some people don't see it as anything. Some, even women, they're so good at it. But me, I've already stated it clearly. Even my team members now know. This part of the business, setting up the equipment, the operational part, is the part that I do not like. But that accounts for 80% of the business, what I'm supposed to do. So, how did I do this? I think I took it in bits. That's the first thing. I took it in bits. Instead of going really big all at once, we tried to do organic. At the beginning, we had investment opportunities. Oh, you guys are doing really good. Let's come in. I was like, no, I really need to sort out some of those things. We really can't just go that big like that. Like now we're a bit better. We have more experience now. So first thing is, if you're not built for it, honestly, I think the truth is bitter because you can't bring out your identity into who you're not. So it's either you build yourself for it or you just leave it, or you hire someone who is built for it. I think I have the emotional side. So let me now come back to the question. So what I would say is, or what I wanted to say was, let me take this question as I'm speaking to myself 8 years ago. How did you do it? Number one, take it in bits. When some people saw like some of the progress we've made, I got a lot of personal questions. Oh, Tony, how do you do? I'm also in food. How are you able to achieve this? I'm working now. I want to resign. Don't resign. No. Do not resign. Okay. So, do you get? So, that might just be my... It's true because some people's own advice is don't resign. See, start this madness and be doing it side by side so that you'll be taking your capsule in 2s, not in 7, so that it won't be drug abuse. Be taking it, you understand, you get gas from the office, goes from business. So that, but when the thing is too much, you might not be able to stand it. So for me, quite early, I wasn't able to stand it. That was how my strength could carry me. So I quickly had to resign because I knew the kind of vision of where I was going to. So number one, take it in bits. Number two, define what your goals are. Pretty much at the end of the day, I realized that our goals is what is going to determine, oh, I'm seeing this big vision. Not everybody is going to see that big vision, right? So right from time, I've always been someone who doesn't like the word hustle. That word, I don't like it. I don't like it. I believe I'd rather use the word purpose. So maybe it's just, but it's hustle now. That guy is laughing. Look at all the suffering I've suffered, but I still don't like hustle. I'm hustling, but I don't like that word. So maybe the reason is because what it has done is it has helped me to define my goals. It got to a point I had to ask myself, this 2-bedroom factory that you are, is this the best that you can do for now? In the next 10 years, is this where you are going to be? So that was my medicine from the entire craziness. Because it's just the craziness that I just described now. Producing different tons, and we're dealing with a vulnerable customer segment. Children, babies. The regulatory bodies are always on my neck. Please, if you're praying, just always put our company and me. Because if the regulatory bodies are going to have like maybe 20 different tests or anything that needs to be done for regular products like gari or rice, packaged rice, for us it's going to be 10x of that. No matter who you are. Even if you're starting from your bedroom. So even if I say, oh, I'm starting from my son's room, no. It wasn't actually son's room per se. We were not mixing, just sit down and go and give that one to NAFDAC. You will learn, you will do frog jump till you get to your house. You are who? For children's food, right? So from the get-go, we've always had structure. From that one paint rubber of grains, we've always had structure. So in as much as I know that, I think the reason people get the issue of structure and when everything is scattered wrong is not realizing that from day one you can have structure. You don't have to have, different. I agree with not listening to too many people, but even from yourself, honestly speaking, with this my one book, I have a book where I still remember my first customer. Mrs. Who, address, her phone number, her house number. Even some of the dress she was wearing and the comment she made. I have it. So when we have, we could afford to hire an accountant, I hand over the book that has accounts, and then the accountant is able to upload on a software, and then we're flying. But not just saying that, because when entrepreneurs we already have problems with too many ideas, too many things all at once, so you can't afford to not have your head straight in certain things. Structure is number one, documenting things is number one, it's key. So the structure helped us, and then being able to set goals to say, look, with all this madness, do I want to continue this thing on a large scale or not? Do I want to be the largest child nutrition brand in sub-Saharan Africa or not? By the time we said, yes, we want to be, August Secrets wants to be the largest child and family nutrition brand in sub-Saharan Africa. When I put my foot to the ground and said, yes, that is what we want to be, that was when we started to see the madness as everyday food. So now, before, they've increased price of this thing in the market, I'll be shaking. I won't be able to eat my food. But now they've increased, I'll be like, okay, we're fine. So it's all about who you are, your goals, what you're built for. What you're not built for, don't force yourself. But what you're built for, go for it. It's going to be crazy, but then just take it in bits. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, clearly that question hit a nerve. So, yeah. Okay, so I think we'll just do the last questions for everyone. And please just 1 minute, 2 minutes to pass this across. Can we have the code again so that maybe from the audience we'll take 1 or 2 questions as well? Thank you. All right, so start from you, Elizabeth. So within our context here in Nigeria, understanding the different dynamics, if a founder was to hire just one person to start, putting some sanity and, and process into what they're doing and to get ready for scale, who would that person be and why?
All right, thank you very much. Very valid question. Okay, so on the premise that, like Tony said, there is clarity on what you want to do and what you achieve, there's really no one size fits all. However, get a generalist. A generalist being someone who knows a bit of everything. And apart from the skill set, the chemistry is also important. So you want to ensure that there is some sync between yourself and the person so that when it gets crazy, like Tony mentioned, the person is not dunking you and abandoning you. We've heard so many horror stories in that regard. So be clear about what you want to do, what you want to achieve. Be clear about your why. Then go for someone that can do a bit of everything. I'll always advise, I made this mistake in my earlier days. Don't hire quickly from multinationals to your startup. That was, I should loud it. Please, don't say because Chef Jules has worked in Shell, so she's going to bring that global standard and everything to your startup. I did that once and it was disaster. All this person came to speak was grammar. Well, this system is so chaotic. Oga, we hired you to fix the chaos. And it was drama. The guy spoke until we said, Mbok, we're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. So please get someone that is very hands-on, can fold their sleeves, and get into the field with you. So depending on the sector, it might be someone who understands operations, who understands a bit of marketing. So if you are in the food business, for example, so you want maybe someone that has links to regulators to make things easy, someone that understands basic accounting. Like Tony said, get your structure right early. It saves a lot of disaster. So Chef Jules and Precious could get away with it because they had worked in structured places. You heard her saying, if I go to the market, I'm writing this. That's structure. So please get someone who understands, who has the skill set, and who you have the chemistry with. So skill set in that can do a bit of everything, a bit of operations, a bit of marketing, understands how to make your customers happy, understands the product, can help you manage your people. Then as you grow, you can start filling all those empty roles that our keynote speaker spoke about. So very clear, make sure the person is there when it comes to skill set, but also in addition, make sure the person is there when it comes to mindset, so that, you know, when you need someone honest, not like ChatGPT. I hear ChatGPT just pampers you and tells you, oh, what a brilliant idea. So you don't want that kind of founder. Someone that can be honest with you and, you know, can get their hands dirty and get work done for you. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. So Devo, building a tech startup, especially within this industry that you are, insurance, I can imagine that it comes with a lot of invisible battles, right? Slow adoption, you know, the African mindsets, insurance, am I planning to be sick, right? So that's an industry that a lot of things need to happen. Investor pressure, market education, all of that. So what has been the hardest part of being able to earn that trust, right, and drive the kind of traction that you need? And what would, from that, be your message to the MSMEs here?
That's like 15 questions in one. But I mean, the people here are part of the. So let me ask this: how many people have insurance here? See, so the rest of us are relying on the blood of Jesus, right? So. Yeah. So I mean, I actually told someone that my biggest competitor is the blood of Jesus.
It's blood of Jesus.
But that's the reality, right? So first, there's apathy towards insurance, even from people. And what that means is that there's a lot of work that I have to do, we as a business, right, in educating people. Because when you look at it critically, it is, you know, for lack of a better word, almost foolishness not to have insurance. Right? So you're acquiring assets, you are not protecting those assets. You are piling up savings to then fix those assets if they go bad. You can't grow wealth like that, right? So that's one side of the problem. On the other side is, you know, people with tech going to people who have done billions of naira in transactions with their traditional agents and brokers and saying you have tech support, right? So that's not something that they would easily adopt. So for us, we had to do a lot of legwork, but we thank God for some early adopters who were willing to take the chance, take the bet on us, and then thankfully we had some early results, right? To show, look, we've done this partnership, we brought on this account, and I think about 3,000 of our first 3,000 users were first-time users of insurance. Wow. Any type of insurance, right? So it was something that, and that was clear. So we've expanded the pie, the size of the pie, right? So you've traditionally insured corporates and whatnot, but we've brought people that you couldn't reach. We've brought people that didn't consider insurance before. And even as our numbers have grown, that percentage still stays, right, in terms of us reaching new people. So I think for us, it's still a journey that we are on, but over time, we've sort of gain the confidence of our partners, right? On the investor side of things, I have a funny story there. So when we raised, I mentioned that we raised money, right? So when we raised, I think dollar was maybe 420, right? So you've raised this money, you've promised outsized dollar returns at 420 naira to the dollar. Then dollar becomes, today is 1.6. So it means you have to do 4x all that you promised to meet your original promise, not to grow.
Not a new promise.
You know? So I say you're running so hard to stay on the spot. Right? So it's really hard. And so that's something that we're managing, right? Trying to, but you know, I think that resilience has gotten us through. I think that's what I would say. So for us, we're pedal hard on driving this car to where it needs to go. And I'm appealing to everyone here. Get insurance. Make my job easier. You know, make it easier. Thank you.
All right. So, Precious, I mean, within the scenario of Nigeria and this environment, as we've all been speaking to, one common pain point that we've heard a lot of entrepreneurs within the fashion space talk about is finding and keeping skilled tailors. And I'm sure we have a few fashion businesses here. So, I mean, has this been your experience? If so, how have you managed that and adopted your operations around that as Ankara Bay has grown?
How many fashion designers do we have in the house?
They are here.
I keep asking these questions because I don't want to preach to the choir. Or rather, I want to preach to the choir. So I'd written something while they were speaking, and I had said, don't neglect your journey and your processes. One of the things that I'd come to learn in the course of working with tailors and anybody that we hire on the job really is that, and maybe this is just God as well, most likely God, that I'm reaping the fruits of the work that I put into everywhere I had worked before now. I don't know any organization where I'd worked where I was leaving and my boss was not crying. It was that bad. Because every time I was working somewhere, I worked like it was my job, like I was working for myself. Thank you. I always worked like I was doing this for myself. I always worked like this is my company. What would I like for someone working as a staff in this company to do? And that's exactly what I did, regardless of what I was earning as salary. And so when I would start my business, I'll add one more thing. Also in the course of that, I'd also learned the things that my bosses had done that made the workspace unbearable for me. And when I started my business, I did not recreate any of those things. As a matter of fact, I did the opposite of them so that I created a good and conducive working environment for my staff. I've had staff that have left and come back. 2 of them actually. And I've had the same staff over the course of 4 years. And we've just kept adding to them. And I know that one of those days I was talking in the store to my manager's assistant, and she said, "Ma, you know why nobody's going to leave? Because you're very nice." And she said it, flippantly, but in my head, it was a nod to myself to say, all of these things that I was putting in place, they're working. One is the integrity of just passing on that work culture of, I tell everybody in my company, all my tailors, I'm like, I want you to grow to the point where you live here, you're starting your own business. So don't work like you're working for me. Work like you are working for yourself. So they have that. Also, while you are working, this environment is going to be as conducive as it can get for you. And so I believe that with that alongside, the wisdom of God, which I cannot, negate, has helped us to keep the same workforce over time and maintain that as well.
Awesome. Thank you. And then, Chef Jules, you're also the founder of the Domestic Grains Initiative, and you've been very intentional about sourcing locally, ingredients and things that you use. So in light of rising costs and currency issues in Nigeria today, what are the hidden benefits and lessons that the MSMEs here can gain from sourcing locally, and how can they approach that?
Thank you so much for that very valid question. There was something Pastor said, and honestly, it was such a powerful insight. He said, never let the crisis go to waste. The spike in price of items started, I think, in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine. And that was when the price of flour shot up, quadrupled, it moved from I think 9K to 20K. And then I think a bag now is 68,000 naira, and a bag of sugar is 87,000 naira. What you used to buy with 9K, 7K has, now you have to save to buy stuff like that. So, but, in the midst of all of that crisis, we realized that Nigeria actually imports 98% of our wheat consumption. As a baker, I bake cakes. fancy cakes, hey, get likes and all that stuff. By the time that thing spikes, and I was doing bread on the side, people come to the bakery, buy the bread, and then today is 500, tomorrow is 600. Madam, what did they happen now? So that conversation, that question triggered a conversation. I said, okay, fine, but can't we, how do you for a baker? I said, well, we don't produce flour. Okay, so where do you get it? Talk to the people that produce the flour. I said, they're in Russia and Ukraine. No. They're not in Nigeria. I said, are you serious? You mean we cannot grow wheat in Nigeria? Honestly, it was a valid question that we can't. I don't know how many bakers are in the house. If you're a baker here, one. You know, yeah, bakers. Nigeria imports all her wheat consumption. Seriously. What they produce currently right now in Kano and Jigawa, if you harvest everything and you pass it through the flour mills, in 2 hours, it's gone. Think about 40 metric tons, you know. I don't know the exact figure, but it's about that, you know. So I now said, okay, when I was growing up in Ilorin, because I grew up in Ilorin, my mom and, I don't know, who's in Ilorin here? Who's from Ilorin here? Kwara State. What they call Oka. You know Oka? Is their version of Amala. So they'll use lafun, mix it with ogibaba to make swallows. My mom will say, cassava is starchy. Guinea corn and millet, they are more proteinous. So yeah, let's mix it together. So we used to do a composite trail mix to make swallows, to make anything we do, even beans. They'll say, white beans mixed with red beans, this one has to combine all the benefits. So I grew up with the combination. So yeah, so we're always combining things, you know, in our food safety practice. My mom it's called food safety practice, where you are mindful of nutritional content of food. So it was just a natural way of living. If you're from Edo State, in the agrarian culture, people always mix food to get the best of both worlds. So, you know, as I was going through that, price of flour has gone up, how am I going to cope? Then the idea came now, why can't we also look at what we can source locally that does not depend on dollar, such that if there's a spike in dollar rates, it doesn't affect local production. Although, let me not lie, they will ask you how much is cocoa. They'll go and check London Stock Exchange, how much the price, before they come and give you price in those states, you know, which is a bad practice. But the fact of the matter is that we can actually have local production going on. So I started investigating where can we grow wheat, or what can't we grow that we can use, or we already grow that we can use. So I realized that millet is actually a superfood, and it can actually, you know, I didn't know we could use it to bake bread. I said, let me try. So I just bought some millets, tried it with guinea corn. I was just doing all kinds of combination and all that stuff. I was shocked to realize that when I baked millets with bread with millets, it was amazing. As a matter of fact, if you bake regular bread, after day 2, you want to toss it. But the millets one, after every day, the flavor improves. Wow. So it tasted better. I'm like, wow. So we went out sampling in the neighborhood. People were like, this is not bad though. But you know, our palates have been conditioned, you know, by people that dictated how we live our lives, you know, this is how you should eat. So, madam, this thing crumbles, oh. Are you sure it's good? I say, what is wrong with crumbling bread? Is it going to cause you to fall sick? No. It's actually healthier. In short, the more crumbly it is, the healthier it is for you. The more it's like chewing gum, the more it's over-processed. You don't need all of that. So I started looking at the food value of those things. And to come back to your question, in doing that, I realized that it's cheaper to even make millet bread than regular bread. I said, okay, even this wheat we're talking about, how can we make it cheaper? So I'm very active on LinkedIn. So I will go and tell stories of how I bought this, that. I will go and check people's stories who are liking it. And also that there's a group of people, they are called agronomists up north. They actually cultivate all these grains that, you know, we import to see if we can do commercial value here in Nigeria. And I met one of them who we just chatted, and I said, sir, I actually want to start using domestic grains. And there's a bread called sourdough, which I launched today at the farmer's market in Ikoyi, by the way. So, and that bread, not a single Nigerian flour that you buy in open markets can actually bake that kind of bread. So I asked him why. He said because they're already over-processed, over-fortified, and all of that. Food politics, by the way. And I said, sir, I want to be able to bake that sourdough bread without having to import anything. So he now sent me complimentary samples of the grain. Do you know that, as of today, we have grains that can make bread, that can make any kind of things without having to import a single grain? What we need to do right now is build more advocacy. with governments to ensure that we expand production. Do you know that Nigeria has about 68% arable land uncultivated? Why can't we expand those production lines? Expand those arable lands and begin to plant, and then also connect every major city in Nigeria via a train track. So as you're producing from the farm, it's coming to Mile 12 market straight up. You're not going through, because I also have a farm in Jos where I produce strawberries. I go through fretting Wahala every Friday. You bring it from Jos, we harvest in the morning. They say, sorry, madam, flight is delayed till afternoon. Sometimes we get the stock 7:30 p.m. in the evening. So by then, they are already macerating, So those are the kind of things I'm like, I want to talk to the airline. Can you prioritize moving these things here? And then the customers too. Do you know that in the stores, they'll say, your strawberries are not glossy. I said, because they're not chemicalized. They are organic. They're not glossy. They don't look all this. So when you go to the store, you say, I can't take this one because it perishes fast. So the point is that there is the organic product, and then there is the one that is commercially driven for profit, that is shelf life enabled. So as a consumer, I would like to challenge us to begin to question the things they're eating. If it looks glossy, fine, you can't pronounce the name. It's not, So look for things that have what they call mother and father. You can trace it back to the soil. So my advocacy, let me wrap up, is that we can do what they call backward integration. We can go back to the source of the value chain of each of the products that we consume. And that's why I said to myself, as from this year, I don't want to actually ever import or buy flour in the open market again. So what I do is I ring fence farmers in Jigawa. I have farms in Jigawa. I don't own the farms. They're owned by smallholder farmers. We talk to them. I have Bala up north who goes and aggregates from these farmers, and then we bring the grains down south. I have a processing company where I now mill it into flours. And if you check my page on Instagram, you see I actually do have a process where I show all this back end and behind the scenes stuff. So that's how I think that we can nip at the bud the hike in price of food products. When we start going back to the farmers, get the farmers, optimize that value chain from farmer to transporter to consumer to government policy makers. I talk to government, I say, sir, Commissioner, I'd like to see you, ma. And they just have 5 minutes. Don't be ashamed. Don't feel like, they will not answer you. See, if they don't answer you, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The next person is there. Out of 10, at least one will give you attention. That one can just be the spark you need to actually, so don't allow complaining and grumbling to be the order of the day. Ask yourself, what can I do to make this different? And your brain actually kicks in to try and solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much for all the honesty, the wisdom, the behind-the-scenes insights that, we've shared. Guys, can we show our panelists some love? Because we're very much out of time, we won't be able to take questions from the audience. However, please, any other questions you have, let's go ahead and still put into that app. We have the Covenant Capital Business Clinic that's available to provide some responses to those questions. And if at any point in time you need us to get very specific responses from any of our speakers and all of that, we can, see what we can do there. So thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's celebrate our panelists one more time. And we'll take a picture. Yes. Okay, let's take a picture.
Photographic camera, guys, so that I will take some pictures quickly. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you. All right, there's still a master class right, happening after now. But before that, I would like to recognize Mrs. Feyi Olayende. She is the Executive Secretary of the LSETF. Please, a round of applause for her. She sent a representative, but she came regardless to support our ministry. Please give her a round of applause. An amazing, amazing woman. Thank you so much, ma. We appreciate you. All right, so quickly, I would want to call on a few people, to look like an introduction to the master class. We have different areas. You see, they were properly tagged. When you go there, you see where you're supposed to join. And we, of course, have LIRS. We have a few other companies. Our branding guys are there. Please go ask questions. If it is how to get money, say, ask, they will tell you. Right? Your business needs it. Okay? Not you, your business. Okay? Well, please welcome in sales and marketing. Please welcome Feyi Olubodun. Please, are you here? So you just have 3 minutes to just say a few. I mean, we still have time with you eventually, but please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just tell you a very simple story. There was a man that planted an orchard to bake an apple pie. This is his life's work. This is all he did. And his goal was when he gets to heaven, he'll present this apple pie to God. And then he got to heaven, presented the apple pie to God, and God tells him, I don't like apples. Now he is dead. He can't. You understand what I'm saying? Now, there's a spiritual side to the story, but the point, because I say this story all the time, is that if you build your business without factoring in what your customers want, you have wasted everything. And I've seen a lot of businesses that have died, not because they didn't have money, not because they didn't have capital, not because they didn't have processes and stuff. They just didn't know what the customer wanted. And so the point of this is that when you hear marketing, I don't want you to think about tools. I don't want you to think about social media, your swagger quotient and all of those kinds of things. Those are vanity KPIs. Marketing really is about customer acquisition. How will you grow customers for your business? Because if you don't have customers, you don't have business. It's very simple. I could also tell you about Rob. How many of you use Rob? If you were to ask anybody, what's the biggest or the most popular balm? Everybody would say Rob. Isn't that? It's everywhere, nice advertising, all of that. And you will be wrong. The biggest balm in Nigeria is Aboniki balm. It turns over $1 billion to $2 billion every year. The man sits in Kano. He's a freaking rich guy. Doesn't have an influencer. Do you understand what I'm saying? But what he does is real marketing. And with all the strength of the likes of PZ and so, they can't take over that guy's, what he's doing in that space. So what we're going to have in the marketing and sales masterclass is actually a working session. My goal is very simple. I want to turn you to the CMO of your business. Because if you're not the CMO of your business, you won't get customers. And you will not be able to engage effectively with marketing people. You'll be deceived by people who will tell you they are doing marketing. Then when real people come, you'll be angry. You see marketing people talk and they show you PowerPoint and all of that. You will get a few PowerPoints, but that's it. Everything is going to be walking session. We'll walk through step by step, stage by stage, until you get to a point where actually, whether you work with somebody or not, depending on the size of your business, you can handle your own marketing and actually get real customers. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, please, a round of applause for him. There's a master class. You can still go learn. It's important. All right, sales and marketing. I believe that we all want to sell the market. See, sales, marketing, sell the market. So please do well to go there. Please let's make welcome Isaac Olu Joshua, Finance, Accounting, and Taxes. For all those who don't like to pay taxes, go and learn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I'll be facilitating the finance and tax masterclass. And I would just like to say that we've heard a lot of things from the panelists here. And I know without a doubt we can all agree that finance is the backbone of every business. Is that correct? However, talking about finance, several research has shown that there are two major reasons why SME businesses fail. Number one is lack of proper financial management. Think about it like most SME owners have zero knowledge about finance, about accounting, about bookkeeping. And from what you've heard from the panelists, sometimes, even from the keynote speaker, you have to wear the shoes of many people. Sometimes you have even to start out as your own bookkeeper. You have to start out as your own accountant, up to the point where you can then hand it over to a professional to do it for you. So the number one thing is that many people don't even know the few things they need to understand about finance in their business. The second reason why SME businesses fail would be because if I ask every one of us here, what is the number one thing your business needs? I'm sure most of us will say capital. Is that correct? How many of us need capital here? You want capital for your business? Maybe even free capital. I know. Yeah. But the interesting thing we should ask is, how bankable is your business? So you want capital, you want other people to invest in your business. You heard the keynote speaker, from family and friends, right? Then you could move to bank loans. Then you move to maybe PE investors, or you do crowdfunding, right? And then you even eventually move to the venture capitalists, right? Now, all of those people are watching your business, but you are here, you are not able to show any record of what you've done over time. So your business is not bankable. You crave for investment, you want to raise capital, which is kind of catalytic to scaling. Remember what we are discussing. We are discussing how you are going to move from hustling. So at hustling level, there's a way you do it yourself. But at a scaling level, you might not be able to handle it by yourself alone. So how do you manage all of that? That's exactly what I'll be sharing in the masterclass. Final thing, in business, you operate within what we call a business environment, and there are many stakeholders. One of the biggest stakeholder who is as much interested in your business as you is a tax man. One of them was here earlier. He said he's from LIRS. And I'm sure they have a stand at the back. There's another one, FIRS. So again, I'm saying that this tax man is waiting to collect his tithe. And guess what? For some of them, the tithe is not 10%. It could be as high as 35%. He's as well interested in your business as you are. So the earlier you learn how to navigate your ways around the taxes, understand it, navigate your ways. In fact, one of the things I'll be sharing is how to avoid paying taxes. How many of you are interested about that? How to avoid taxes. Let me tell you, it's completely legal. I will tell you. So see you in the masterclass.
It's like, wow, how to avoid specifically. That class will be interesting. All right, it's important that we make ourselves available for these master classes. You know, there's something about the Covenant Nation. We don't just learn and go home. We look for practical ways insights, ideas that will help you move on. So as you're going, you know what you need to do, how to open the doors, how to close it, who to talk to, how to go about it, right? That is why you should not leave. I know that some people are feeling like, what's the time? Spend your time well, okay? So make it a date. Be there, okay? And finally, you've heard her, right? I don't even think that she needs to come say anything again, but regardless, would ask her if she has one or two things to just say. And to talk on process and structure, Elizabeth, please, a round of applause for her. Don't worry, she won't say much. You've heard her. Be at the master class and you hear more. Please, a round of applause until she gets here. Thank you so much, Ma.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope we're having a good time. Okay, so let me ask you, how many of us know Aboki? That Aboki on your street? Yeah, we know Aboki. Is Aboki running a business? Is he an entrepreneur? Think about it well. He is, right? So if you want to know why Aboki is the way he is, or he's been like that, we have one on my street, maybe for about 20 years, thereabouts. You want to be in the process and structure masterclass. And let me also demystify, process and structure is not for when you get big, right? If you really want to go beyond hustle to building a business that stands the test of time, this is the class that you want to be at. Someone once said, one of the reasons African businesses don't grow or are not transgenerational is because the business owners spend too much time doing rather than building, right? Think of process as, like the builders call superstructure and substructure. If you drive, you'll see a lot of houses in this Lekki area. I don't see a lot on the mainland. There are cracks everywhere. Sometimes it goes down to the foundation. So your process and your structure is about getting the foundation right while you are still small, so that as you grow, you have a building that stands the test of time. Before our bodyguard comes to, remind me that I've spent time. So please, we'll be right there at the back. We'll be looking. If you are really, really tired about hustling, you are in the food business, only you will go to market, only you will bake cake, only you will attend to customers. What is it now? And scripture is clear. The Bible says in Isaiah that I'm the Lord your God that teaches you to what? Profit. That profit is not profit in heavenly places. It's money in your pockets. It's a lot in your account. But you cannot profit as a business owner if you don't have the right processes, structures, and systems in place. So I'm looking forward to having you in the class. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. This is exciting already. Telling you so much. Can one person attend like all three? No, just divide yourself into three places. But God will help you, of course. What God cannot do, well. All right, so let's just move to our classes, okay? I can't see the labels from here, but definitely when you get it, they are properly labeled back there. And of course, if you want some consultation and all that, you see LIRS, there's branding I saw somewhere, there's I think Covenant Capital Business Clinic, it's right there. But that's what we'll do now. We'll reconverge, we'll come back here to do our closing remarks and all. Don't go home, or do we have, let me not go there. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So we'll be having the sales and marketing masterclass here in front, process and structure to my right, and finance and taxes to my left at the back. That's where. And then we have LIRS, we have LSETF, you strangle me. LSETF at the back as well, and then the branding, consulting outfit also there to provide some support. So we'll do that for like an hour, and then we'll just converge to close.
Thank you so much. Do you have something to say? Reactions? Don't be afraid now. All right, so let's just move to our classes. Okay, let's just do that quickly. If you are hungry, well, there's something called fasting in between.
I've done marketing my entire career, all of that. People call me the villager because I wrote a book called The Villager, How Africans Consume Brands. Talk about some of the concepts they offer. But the real thing in there is that I believe that there's a difference between Africans and Westerners. Brands and businesses should use that difference and not discount it. You should talk to consumers the way they are, not the way you want them to be. Can everyone hear me? I want to be sure. Don't worry, my voice it starts to increase in volume as we go ahead, so don't worry about that. Okay, so very quickly, I'll talk for like 15 minutes at a go. Then I'll stop and then we'll break into, I want us to do some workshops, like 2 or 3. So we'll probably break into groups, then I'll think about how we organize ourselves so that we can get value. Like I said, the goal is at the end of the day, you should be able to sit down and do some fundamental marketing stuff with your business. So do you mind sitting here? I'm right-handed, so right-handed people tend to turn to the left when they are doing things like this. So I will miss you. Okay. Every industry, every business is organized like this. You can basically organize all the sector that your business is in. You have your suppliers depending on what you're doing. You have when your business is the industry where you're doing. You have regulators. You have entry barrier. Entry barrier is simply how difficult it is to start a business in that industry. That's what it is. There are some industries it's very easy, some it's very difficult. If you have an idea to start a cement business today, you need a lot of things. So that's a very high entry barrier. Some businesses are very low, you can just start. And then you then have customers. Your customers are different from your consumers or your end users. Your customers are typically the people that help you take your product to your market, your distribution people or show. Or they could be decision makers that facilitate the purchase for the end user. Now, when you're doing all of this, you're putting in a lot of work, a lot of effort, isn't that so? At the end of the day, you have to be sure that your consumers are willing to pay for your product. If they're not willing to pay for your product, it's going to be very painful. My former place of work, before I started my own firm, I remember one man came and said he wanted us to advertise a product. The product, what was it? It's fruit beans with palm oil and everything. They put it in a sachet with a can. So I asked the man that what's going on here? He said that Nigerians like to eat beans. It's affordable and all of that. And then because they spend time in traffic, and it's made beans in sachet that has, those sachet that has cover. And so you can just be squeezing it in traffic. So I thought it was a sample, but they had built a factory in Ogun State. Right? They had stock, and now he wanted us to advertise it. So I'm like, if I advertise this product, I will go to bed. It's very clever. You understand? Because can you imagine you are wearing shirts and tie in traffic and you are squeezing beans with palm oil? Do you see where this is going? But he had built a factory. He had stock. And now he has been told that we do fantastic advertising, we can sell anything. We cannot sell anything. It doesn't work like that. So I always recommend, as much as possible, start from here. It looks better to start from here. Try to start from here, and I'll show you how to start from here without, spending all the money in the world, because it's quite easy to start from here. Have an idea of what your consumers want. And the reason that is important is at the end of the day, everybody in business wants profit, right? If you can see this chart, this is what is called the theory of the firm. Every business can be broken down to this. Profit is revenue minus cost, simple. Cost is your fixed cost plus your variable cost, right? You know what fixed cost is. If you are using fuel or whatever, or the building you are using, Some people say I started my business with no cost. It's impossible to start a business with no cost. Even if you start it in your house, the rent of that house is part of the cost of the business now. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's that. And then revenue, this is where you can have the most effect. Revenue is price multiplied by quantity. Let's forget cost. Cost is whatever it is. Let's look at revenue, because this is what your marketing is supposed to help you drive. It's meant to drive demand generation. It's meant to grow revenue for your business. So price multiplied by quantity gives you revenue. If I want to increase my revenue, I do two things or three things. One, I increase my price and keep my quantity the same. I make more money. Isn't that so? Now, iPhone came out. What's the latest one? 17 or 18? I don't know the number. And it's like 2 million. That's basically school fees. You understand what I'm saying? So I always joke that if I buy this phone, I will call my son's teacher and say, the reason I've not paid school fees, I'm calling you the school fees. So you should please be patient. So quantity is the same, but they increase price. So their revenue will go up, cost is the same, they are making profit. Isn't that so? Or you can reduce your price. When you reduce your price, what happens? Your quantity will go up naturally because people will buy more. The third option is you increase quantity and increase price at the same time. That's the sweet spot. The only challenge with that is for you to increase quantity and price at the same time, you have to justify to the customer why they should pay more and buy more from you at the same time. Do you understand what I'm saying? So those are the three ways. So all of marketing is to work on this, really. It's not, you can post things online and all of that, that's fine, and we'll talk about where that fits in. But really, your goal is to affect these three variables or to play with these two variables. If you increase the price of your product, you have to justify that premium. Why should I pay more? Right? If you reduce the price, you don't have to justify it immediately. But after a while, you have to prove that your quality has not dropped. So you have to do something in either of the three scenarios, right? I wanted to use this example of, let's keep it. And of course, as I said, we have all of these. These are tools that you can use. We're in a digital world and all of that. I want us to get to the workshop because that's when it has value. So, essentially, this is what marketing is not. It's not selling. Have you met those people that say they are marketers? They are not marketers, they are salespeople, right? Marketing is not selling. Sales goes to capture demand that already exists. Marketing creates future demand for your product. Do you understand? It creates future demand for your product. Marketing is not advertising. Advertising is a part of marketing, but that's not all of it. Marketing is not telling people to buy bad products, like the beans man that came with shoes, that said we should help him to sell that kind of product. And for you, it's not something you leave to marketing people. You have to understand marketing. You may not be able to do every part of it, but nobody should talk about marketing to you, and you can't engage with them. Do you get what I'm saying? Say this and this is what I need, this is where I am. It's not formula. If it works here, it will work for me. And it's not influencer marketing. I can just get a few influencers to talk about my product. It can work, it may not work. Influencer marketing works best when that influencer has credibility that is related to that product. Nobody will drink Pepsi because whiskey is holding Pepsi. You know that red cup, it's not Pepsi that is inside. You know. And you will not, what's that actress, Beverly Naya? They use her to be an influencer for Guinness Cup. Like, this girl does not drink Guinness. She doesn't. The rest of her page is about fitness, her diet, she's not adding Guinness to this thing. It's not true. Do you understand? The people that drink Guinness, they are the Yanapagans, those women that sell from one pepper or trays, and there's always a bottle of Guinness that they pour yogurt inside. But you people, you know them, right? Exactly. Good. You know, so you have a market when
Can you listen? Yeah, but the thing is, I need to put this microphone. Either the man has to hold it too, or why don't you just do it? Huh? His own. I mean that one front. The stand. No, I don't. Okay. I don't come out and for check.
it's you have that scenario, right? But if you travel Lagos to Ore now, the people on the road, they will tell you Coke or Fearless. That's what they sell to you in traffic right now. So if you are in Lagos, Coke and Pepsi are competitors. If you are on Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Coke and Fearless are competitors. So your competition is not necessarily somebody who is doing exactly what you are doing. It's somebody that is meeting a need at a time that your customers have. And we'll look at how you have to know your customers beyond just their demographics. You know what demographics are? Age, what they earn, and all of that. You have to know it to the level of the psychographics. What are their desires? What are their motivations? Do you understand? What are the things that drive them? You get what I'm saying? You have to know those things. So I mean, the very simple way to look at marketing, so we don't make it, too academic, is if you treat your customers right, they will come back. If you treat your products and your services right, your customers won't come back. It's just that simple, and it's just that difficult. What do I mean by that? If you focus relentlessly on your customer base and you keep trying to meet their need, you'll be okay. But if you say, this is my idea, I'm not going to change it, you are going to, one of my mentors used to tell me, date your ideas, don't marry them. If it's not working, let the idea go and find another. It's the same brain, you just find another one. What you must marry is your customer's base, not your customer. Don't marry your customer. Your customer base. You understand what I'm saying? Base is there. If you are writing it, put base. Very important, especially those of you that are married. Don't get me in trouble. All right, so it's essentially you create, you communicate, you deliver sustainable value to target customers at a profit. That's basically what it is. You have some customers you want to target. It could be geographic. You want to go after people in Lekki area, mainland, in Ibadan, Kano, whatever. It could be demographic, people that are within this age band. It could be psychographic, people that are in this state of life, or people that are feeling like this or going through this. Those are demographic. But you must have a clear target customer that you want to go after. If I ask who is your target customer, you tell me it's everybody. You are not clear yet. Nobody in the world can sell everything to everybody. There's nobody. Have you seen Samsung users and Apple users fight each other? You understand? And they will be arguing. The Samsung people will tell you, that the camera is better, it brings out your whatever. By my answer, you will know what I use anyway. So I always ask them, okay, is it not your same face that we are going to see? As in, what is going to happen? You will take the pictures, you are not going to post it, you'll be looking at your own picture by yourself. Why are you taking the picture? Then the argument will last 1 hour. Do you understand? So there are people that like iPhone as big as it is. There are people that like Samsung as big, and they are both big. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you have to have a very clear picture. If I ask you, because we'll do a workshop, like ideally, if I could, I would have said, we'll work on everybody's business. But what we'll probably do is we'll break into like 4 groups. Then you pick a business in that group to work on. When I ask you to do a profile of your target customer, you must be able to describe it in such a way that anybody hearing you can imagine somebody that they know. Does that make sense? If your description of your customer profile is so abstract, I can't imagine anybody like that. You know, things like we want people, customers that are upwardly mobile, very driven, high achievers, multi-billionaires, going places and going everywhere, already won multiple awards. Who is that? There's nobody like that. Like that's a fantasy. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, you are looking for somebody that is a multi-billionaire, upwardly mobile, has won multiple awards, and you are selling kuli kuli. Okay, why would you want your kuli kuli? do you get what I'm saying? Your customer profile has to be very clear. It has to be, we should be able to imagine who this person is, the way a real person. Okay? So I'm going to skip all of this, and then, so when we talk about marketing, then we talk about the 4 P's. If you're selling a product, it's 4 P's. If you're selling a service, it's 7 P's. But I don't worry about the other 3 P's. I always say if you get the 4 right, you'll be fine. And the 4 is product, your pricing, your place, that's channels, how you will distribute it, and your promotion, how you are going to promote and sell the product. Let me talk a little bit about the product, and then we'll jump around the others as we go along. There's certain elements to your products that can work for you, and you can put service here, or against you. Variety, how many SKUs do you have? Do you understand? How many different types do you have on offer? It's very important, because variety helps you to broaden your customer base. Do you understand? It helps you to deepen your customer base. You can reach the same wider range of the people that want your kind of product. The quality goes without saying. Design is very, very important. I've seen extremely great products, but the design is just bad. And you know what design does? Design and packaging, they go together. They're like one of the first things that trigger people to pick your product. If you enter a store, you are most likely going to pick the finest products there. Isn't that so? Especially women. Women are more aesthetic. They are more attracted to beautiful things. Isn't that so? Men don't really care. You know, that sort of thing. But if you have a product that is going to go targeted at women or targeted at the family, because if it's family product, then the mother is going to be a key decision maker. You have to think about the aesthetics of the product. How it looks, how it is presented is extremely, extremely important. It's part of your marketing. Do you understand? Then your brand name. Naming is so amazing. If you want to buy noodles, what do you tell people to buy for you? Indomie. Abi? Why? The name is just so easy to pronounce. Now, they are not the only noodles out there. There are other noodles that are quite nice. There's Sherry noodles, there's Mimi noodles, there's one called Super something, there's Golden Penny noodles and all of that. But all the other names are, you get what I'm saying? But Indomie is just, it has what we call mnemonic properties. It's very easy to pronounce. So if you've not named your product, or your product is not gone too big already, you may want to take a second look at at your name. You don't have to name the product after your great-grandfather. It's not important. You know, you love the man, but he has gone. You get what I'm saying? You start to see funny names like Dupsy, Kunga, Granot. Granot is complicated already. You now said Dupsy Kunga. Why? Because your grandmother that raised you, her name is Modupe Aki Kungba. Oh, what is that? My friend, can you find something else? Do you understand? These are real things. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. I worked on golden penny noodles for some time, and we used to tell them then that one of the things that will help them in the noodles category is to change the name. Come up with a name that is more friendly for children. And the man said we should go and tell the chairman. Why? When the founder was coming to Nigeria from Greece, his uncle gave him a golden penny as a sign of good luck. So in commemoration of his uncle, these products have been named golden penny. So nobody can change it because of that emotional. Now that's a big corporation, it's more difficult. But if you are small businesses, you're growing, you can change things. If the name is not working, and you can find out easily. You can just do a WhatsApp survey and push it out to all the groups that you are in, to everybody that you are in. Say, I'm thinking of a name for a product. I have these 3 names, Dupsy, Konga, Biscuits, whatever. You put it there, and they say, which one would you buy and why? They will tell you. Whatever they tell you, take it. Don't argue. Don't say if they understand what that woman did for me, they will not say, that woman did it for you so that you will not suffer. You are going to suffer now. Stop it. Do you understand? Just put a name. You can call the name of the company Dupsy Konga Holding Companies. But the product that people want to buy, the naming is very important. So that's that. I'll come back to this at some point. So the first thing I want us to do is to address this issue of sustained competitive advantage. This is big grammar that simply means is professors in university that came up with it. It simply means, how do you know that your business or your product is going to last for a very long time? That's all. That's the meaning. And you take it through 4 steps, 4 stages. Number 1, what your product or service, is it valuable? If the answer is no, that means you have competitive disadvantage. Do you understand? And it's very easy to find out. Does anybody want this thing? Will anybody be willing to pay for it? You understand? You can find that out very, very quickly. And then if your answer is yes, that means it is valuable. So it has passed the valuable test, right? And then is it rare? Is it rare? Rare means how differentiated is it really? Nowadays, there's hardly any product that is so, you find very few products that is so different. But what you are looking for under rare is there's something in it that makes it different. It could be just, if it's food, for instance, it could be a particular ingredient. Isn't that so? For instance, let's use a generic example. Party jollof versus the jollof you cook at home. Or if you're a single man, concoction. They are in the same category. And everybody wonders what is in party jollof, and, there's something that they're figuring it out. They think it's the smoke, they think it's whatever. I think it's, 5 gallons of Ajinomoto. That's my own conclusion, but I don't know, But the point is, you have to have something that is different, no matter how small. Sometimes it is not the product, it could be a service. Like Delta Airlines, they said, if you come out of their airline, if by the time you get to the luggage, whatever, your luggage is not out and put on the ground, the next flight is on them. And they do it like that everywhere in the world, except Nigeria. So that one. So when you are flying to Nigeria, they put a disclaimer. Please, this does not work. But everywhere else in the world, by the time you pass through immigration, they've removed everybody's luggage, and DHL, or is it FedEx, used to say that somebody will pick your call before the second ring. Zappos will say to you that we will send the shoes to you. If they don't fit you, you can return them for free, and we'll replace it for free. So those are areas of, difference. So if your product is valuable, but it is not rare, what you have is competitive parity. It's the same as everyone else. You need to find something that makes it different. Now, if it has passed these two gates, you get to inimitable. Inimitable means how easy is it to copy? How easy is it to copy? If your product is difficult to copy, then that means you have a very strong advantage. If it is easy to copy, then what you have is a temporary competitive disadvantage. Competitive advantage, is temporary. If you are in a fashion business, for instance, if your secret is 2 tailors that you have, nobody can sew like them. They were trained in Togo and Cote d'Ivoire, or wherever they train tailors. Those 2 tailors, you must not lose them. Anything they want, you must do it for them. If one of them does not have wife, find your younger sister to marry. Because it's key. The day those 2 people go, do you understand? And they go to a competitor, then there will be problem. Now, of course, the issue is that that's a temporary competitive, because anything can happen. They can japa, for instance, and then there is problem. So you have to solve for that. Now, the last stage is it organized? Organized means you've gotten it here, it is valuable, it is rare, and it is inimitable, it's difficult to copy. But you have now built systems in your business that helps you to repeat it, and nobody else can do it. Once you get to that stage, you now have sustained competitive advantage, which means that business will go on for a long time. All right? Does this make sense? It's not complicated, though. For instance, think about some examples we know. La Casera and Gala, back in the day, right? There are other things that there was just something about, there have been other apple drinks, have you noticed? But there's nothing like La Casera, especially when it's very cold. You understand this, eh? And you have come from hot traffic. One time we were in all those dangerous traffics from VI to the mainland. So, when you are in traffic, it's boring now. You have to find ways to entertain yourself. So what I do is I follow a car that I wish I would buy. So I was following one G-Wagon. We'll be following each other from VI. We'll be moving. So, the man has drive. You cannot be following Toyota Camry Pencil in traffic. Don't do it. It's not the visual. You are seeing your future. It's not a good one. Don't face. Look for a G-Wagon or a nice Land Cruiser and follow. This thing I'm telling you should try. You see what will happen. Because anytime you pray to God for a car, you will be seeing that car that you have been following since. I'm telling you this. Anyway, we get to Third Mainland. The man has a driver. The traffic is bad. At the back, the guy just went down slightly and stretched out his hand to collect Gala and La Casera. Then quickly wound up. I said, it humbled the guy. But think about these guys. They were in traffic before anybody else, right? They tapped into something nobody else thought of immediately, okay? And then they paired with these guys. Of course, this has now been copied now, but they did a meme that these 2 should be put in the first aid kit of every, So that's one example. I've talked about Rob and Aboniki. Great advertising, great branding. But the issue was distribution. These guys were at every major car park and at every major stops when you travel interstate. Why? If you have sat for that long in those buses, somewhere your body will pain you, right? And then you suddenly remember. And then if you are going back to the village, you have a grandmother somewhere that you are going to drag a leg so you just buy this. So that was brilliant marketing. They didn't have any advertising, any billboard, anything until recently. And my favorite, anointing oil. Now, you need to read about this particular product. It's very fascinating because this product is actually not the anointing oil. It's not. If you read the Bible about the components of the anointing oil, this is not the anointing oil at all. Do you understand? But somehow these guys positioned it in the right place, positioned it to churches, positioned it through pastors and whatever. And You will not believe how much they make in a year. Like, it's just amazing. Do you get what I'm saying? Why? Because it's valuable. What they have is rare, is inimitable, is difficult to copy. After Daddy Gio has held this in his hand, you will now bring your own and say it's anointing oil. Who will use it? Nobody now. So they've cracked that. And then they've organized around it. Do you understand? There's no church that doesn't have. And if you're a Christian in Lagos, in Nigeria, you will have one in your house. Because if your own is even online service, online, they will say, yeah, bring your oil and anoint yourself. When you use the oil you used to fry plantain twice, you will go and buy this by yourself. You understand? And they're doing it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. So the first thing I want us to do is to just do this exercise of whether you can compete successfully in your market. I don't know how we're going to organize ourselves, but I want to see if we can just break into 4 or 3 groups. No, maybe 4. 4 is better. And in each group, you just agree on someone's business. Use a real business of somebody in the group, a business that, not a business idea, or a business that people are already paying you. And then we'll do this. So let me see how to do it now. Are you going to join us? Okay. I want to be sure to add you or not. Okay. So let's just do the classic 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4. 1. No, not 5. 1. Repeat it. 1. Are we following? You were 4, so you'll be 1. 3, 4. 2. You will be 2, yes. 3, 4. What's happening there? The lady at your back there, the lady behind you. 4, okay. Then next. 1. If she's 4, then you're 1. Yes. Okay. Yeah, she's next. Are you with us? So you are 4. Okay. So let's, sorry, I have to move around a bit. I apologize. If all the 1s can be here, like the first 3 rows, then the 2s can be behind them. The next 3 rows, then the 3s can be here. The first, I think there are more chairs on this side than here. The first 3 rows, or so 3 or 4 rows, then the 4s behind them. Can we do that quickly? Sorry to move you around. One is first 3 rows in front. Then 2 is next 3 rows behind. 3 is here. Okay. Now, if you are, let's see how we can face each other. If you can sort of make your chairs face each other without scattering the auditorium too much, you know. It could be the chairs at the edges. We apologize to the ushers for giving them work. 3 will be here. 3 is in front to my right. If you are 3, you are in front to my right. If you are 1, you are in front to my left. What I want you to do very quickly is 1 or 2 people should volunteer their business for the exercise, and then the group can decide which of the business to go with. You know, 1 or 2 people just volunteer, is up to you. volunteer 2 businesses, and then the group can pick one of the businesses, and then pick a presenter, a speaker for your group. A speaker for your group. Is the instruction clear? Because if group 1, have you selected your business? Group 1, have you selected your business? Which group has selected their business? Group 2? 3? Select a business, select a speaker. What's going on here? Select a business. No. Okay, we have to move very fast, so everything sharp. It's coming up. I think So group 1, you've picked your business that you're going to work on, and you picked a speaker, right? Let me see. Sorry, I'm waiting for this to come up. Group 2, do you have a business and a speaker? Awesome. Group 3, a business and a speaker. Group 3, oh, do you have a business and a speaker? You are on it. You cannot be on it, you have 10 more seconds. Group 4, do you have a business and a speaker? You have. All right. All right, we're back. So what I want you to do is I want you to go back. This is what I want you to do. These 4 stages, please pay attention. Please pay attention. These 4 stages, the business that you've chosen, check whether it is valuable. Valuable means people are willing to pay for it. So do you have customers already? Is what you want to check here. That's the easiest one. The second part is it actually rare? If the owner of the business says it's rare, no one be like this, no one, don't worry. Just ask some simple questions. What do they do? What do they offer? Is there anybody else that does it? I can guarantee you in that group that you are, somebody will know 2 or 3 businesses that does what that business. You understand what I'm saying? So if you know the competitors, then you need to think about what are you doing differently from those competitors. If you don't know what you are doing differently, that means the business is not rare. You understand? So you need to think, if it is not rare, what can I do to make it rare? Do you understand? It doesn't mean you stop. Do you get what I'm saying? You just have to think about, and that's what the group is there for. They are like your consultants. You are not paying them. Anybody that gives you good idea, they charge them on you. Then the third gate is it inimitable? Is it easy to copy or not? If it is not easy to copy, what is the secret? And how do you want to protect that? Then finally, have you organized yourself around that? Is this clear? I'm going to set timer. We have like 7 minutes to do this. Then I'll be walking around. If you need me, just call me. But we have 7 minutes. I'll share some post-it notes as well, so you can write stuff. Good. Okay, group 1 is ready. Abi, speaker of group 1, let's go. Tell me the name. What is the business about? Tell me. Huh? Lotus. Pink Lotus Farm. What do they do? Okay, exotic. All right. Okay, let's go. Is it valuable? Yes. Why do you say so? Anything you tell me, I will ask why. Why? No, maybe.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ekene. Okay. Pink Lotus Farms we sell exotic herbs and spices. Now, in today's world, we're going into organic living a lot. sorry. Okay. Yes, it's valuable.
It's valuable. Why?
It's valuable because...
You have customers now.
Yes, we have customers now.
Okay, good customers. How long have you had them?
A year now.
A year. Okay, so it's valuable. Yeah? Is it rare? Is it rare? Don't say it by faith, though. It's rare, okay. Why do you think it is rare? What makes it rare?
It's rare because the herbs and spices themselves don't grow here. So we are doing an extra work to propagate them here in Nigeria. And also now, we are going into essential oils. So aside growing the plants, we also generate the essential oils out of it. And
so your process of growing it, right, is the way you do it is what makes it rare. That's don't worry, don't ignore my summary. Don't worry about it. Then inimitable. How is it inimitable? Is it easy to copy? Can someone else repeat the same thing you are doing now?
yes, they can, but it's not easy to copy.
So they can, but it's not easy. What that does is it buys you some time. How long did it take you to set this up?
It took me 3 years to grow the plants themselves first to maturity.
Yeah.
Before extracting oils.
Which is, how long does it take to extract the oils?
It takes about, for a liter of oil, it takes about 10 pots of plants, or fully grown plants.
How long time?
Okay, the time, a day.
A day. So if someone were to set this up now, yes, but it will take them time. It will take them 3 years. Unless there is some technology that can make it shorter. So the question you have to think about is, if there's a 3-year window for competition to arrive at where you are, number one, is there anybody that you need to know about now that has started this 3-year journey quietly, the same way you started? You understand? Second is, who is thinking about it now that will be a problem for you in 3 years? Third, that 3-year window that you have, what can you do with it to create more distance? Do you see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Then, are you organized around it to deliver it to service your customer base consistently? Yes, you are. Okay. So you have a competitive advantage that is a bit temporary, but you can do something with that temporary advantage. One of the things that branding does for you is to create an emotional bond to your product, such that even when other competitors come, people will say, no, we know this one. This is the original, or this is the first, or this is the authentic. So you need to think about that. What else can you add that strengthens your competitive advantage? You know, how can you make it stronger? Does it make sense? Group 2, speaker. Who is the speaker of the house? No. Anybody you appoint as speaker. If you are the speaker, please come. It doesn't have to be the business. It's sometimes even better if it is not the business owner. Because if someone else cannot talk about your products, and your product as well as you would, then you need to do some work. Sorry, they say we must speak into 2 microphones, so you might have to come a bit closer. So just tell me what the business is.
So the name of the product is Mamushka Food Spices. We sell natural food spices that are beneficial in health to everyone who has a health condition and anyone who is looking to live a healthier lifestyle. Extremely valuable. So what we've seen on the food market is that there are a lot of people who are using processed foods, and we know the cancer rates as a result of this product. So what we are trying to do is create healthy living, or just create the, what's it called now? We're trying to advise people to live healthier by using food products, to substitute this instead of the processed food products.
Is it rare?
It's new. It's not exactly rare. We have a lot of people who are coming into the market very quickly, but it is still quite new on the market.
Okay, so it's don't worry about it.
Okay.
So it's new, but it's not exactly rare.
Yes.
So some work needs to be done here to fix this, right? Okay, is it inimitable? Is it easy to copy or not?
So in terms of the composition, it's not easy to copy. Yes, we've created a composition that is difficult to copy. We have food scientists that have put together a composition that is tough to copy. It might be similar, but it's never going to be exactly the same as the product.
And then, is it organized or not to deliver it to the customer base?
So at the moment, we have kind of a target audience that we're trying to reach out to, mainly people who are looking to live healthier, people who are sick at the moment that need to revert to a healthier lifestyle are first target, and then everybody else who necessarily needs to become, to live healthier, that's our target audience. So we're reaching out to, hospitals, we're reaching out to the markets, the average woman who sells food spices. It's quite organized.
So it's scored on almost everything except the fact that it is not rare. It is just new. What that buys you is some time. Again, what do you want to do with that time? You understand? If your product is new, but you know that it may not necessarily be rare, you have to leverage first mover advantage, so to speak, which means you make a big deal about your product. You make a lot of noise. Noise doesn't mean you buy billboard or whatever, but your target customers, you sell to them, you convince them that this product, if they want to live healthy, this is the only one that they must live by. So when other competitors come, the customers will reject it and say, "You are just copying this one. Why don't you go for the original?" So that time window, you can't waste it. You have to use it because it's not going to be there forever, right? Group 3, talk to me. Who is the Speaker of the House for Group 3? Okay. Just hold it on. So tell us the name of the business.
Suncliffe Investment Limited. SUNCLAVE. Yes, Investment Limited. It's VE, not BE. V. Mm. Yes. There's a demand for it. Since it's an agricultural processor. It processes raw agricultural materials from the farm, bought from the farms. It processes it and sells to conglomerates. So it's very valuable. Yes, it's in the value chain.
Is it rare?
Yes.
And then how do you know? Are there other competitors?
Yes, that.
What is there anything that makes it different?
Yes, the traceability of the produce and quality control. Okay.
So another thing, if you have a B2B business and the business is rare because of quality control processes, all of those kinds of things, another way you can protect that business and keep it rare is by building stakeholder relationships inside the organizations that you are in. Do you understand that you are servicing, right? I have built it honestly, or don't go and be settling people. But you know, if you service, so your customer service must be strong. You know, they must believe that if we need this product from 3 people, you are the one that will be the most responsive. And by the way, you are also the best. But if you are the best and you are not the most responsive, you know, after a while, it will be like, they are really good, but let's manage these ones. They won't get there on time. You get that kind of thing. All right, so is it limited?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you say so?
Because it's a processing company, but their quality sourcing makes it inimitable.
Quality sourcing.
Yes.
I'm going to take your word for it. Then is it organized?
Yes, because they have collaboration with processing hubs and logistics.
He's writing there. Oh, she's not the business owner. Ah. You feel proud that, all right. Group 4, you can please go and sit down. Group 4. Who is the Speaker of the House for Group 4? Hey, there are more men in Group 4 than all the other groups for some reason. So all the men, they first had meeting. They want to do board meeting. Who should they? Okay. Don't be shy. Don't worry. There's microphone.
So fun. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Temitayo, and the name of my business is the Fab Luxury Scents. It's THEFAB, luxury scents. So the vision of this brand is Okay, so the home decors and fragrances, diffusers and sprays.
Okay, and then to who's your target? Upper class, middle class, lower class. Don't say everybody.
Middle class.
Where let's go. Is it valuable?
Yes, it is.
Why? Speak to the microphone. Why?
Okay, it's valuable because basically you're elevating your spaces.
You have customers now.
Yes, I have customers.
That's the
Okay.
Is it rare? What do you think?
So it's rare because I can customize what my customers want.
Customization.
Yeah.
Now, let me comment on this. I want you to pause there and comment on it. Now, I was waiting, when I asked for rare, I was waiting for an answer, because when you talk about home decor, fragrances, it's very difficult to achieve rarity on the product itself. But you can make it rare from the service, right? Which she has done customization. I can customize it for you or to your needs or whatever. So that gives some element of rarity. So the rarity of your product may not often sometimes come from the product itself. It may come from the service. So I have a joke that I used to illustrate this, that I don't know why people eat amala on the island or Lekki or wherever. I don't like doing it because they will put the amala in show glass. Then there is AC around. Everywhere is cool. They are supposed to be sweating on the amala and shouting. You know, there's no opportunity to point at the momo you want or the roundabout or what. Do you understand? They've tushified the amala out of the amala. Do you get what I'm saying? You know, so you will see people that will go to some amala joints in one very, you know, there's one amala somewhere in near East Center in Yaba, I think, Capital or something, I can't remember. One of those insurance companies, they very disorganized environment. You understand? But people will go there with tie and suit and all of that. Amala is food. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you see, different people have loyal customer bases because of something else around the service side. Do you understand? So it protects. So that was a good one. I just thought to highlight that. So is it inimitable? Let's go.
No. Somehow, yes.
Is it easy to copy or not?
So, it's easy to copy because it's business, right? Yeah. And when people see something they like, they want to replicate. But what I do might be different from what the other person is going to do in terms of I'm the one creating. So for my candles, I create the jars myself. So for every pour, it's different. If you want a marble effect on your jar, even when I'm creating the next one, it might not be the same consistency. So the colors and the process that I'm using is different. So if I have a batch to create about a dozen, everything is not going to look instantly the same way, except it's one color. But in the situation whereby you want it customized, there's something in particular that you want me to add to it. It's going to be different from what your friend is buying, except I'm doing it in the same batch. Then we can understand that, yeah.
So your process is difficult to copy?
Yes. Have I what?
Have you organized around to deliver this consistently to your customers?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, are you following it? Is this making sense? I'm sure they will send you all this stuff, right? But the point is, you by yourself should be able to walk through your own businesses from a marketing point of view before you get to whether you want to put something on social media or all of that. This is what you do first. Okay? All right, let's move a little bit so we can get to the next. Yes, please ask your question. You might have to come forward so that you can speak to the microphone, to the microphones.
So there was a particular business. Thank you, sir, for the session. Been enjoying it. There was a particular one that had.
So just, unless you are leaving, just try to stay where you are. Please go ahead.
There was a particular business that had. It was valuable. It was not rare, but it was inimitable and organized. Now, by the chart, it's supposed to be. Looks like it has to check all the boxes for it to be sustained competitive advantage, right? So if it's not rare, but it's inimitable and organized, what do you describe that as? Because it does look like.
So this is like. So this is like a journey. It's like something you iterate. You go over it several times. Sometimes you get this. You get this kind of situation. It's not always sequential, right? When you get this, what you have to look at, what this is telling you, is that you have a limited time. Because if it is not rare, but it's just new, it means in a while somebody can copy it. So it is just information for you. It tells you that you have limited time. It's like when people do multi-level marketing, the first people to enter are usually the ones that make money. Anybody that enters later, if you can see the money you put in, you are lucky. It's testimony time. After that, you are going to lose your money because it's a game of time. It's a game of timing. So if you are the first mover in any category, it could also be, this could be the result of the category she is in. In this case, it's spices. It's very difficult to be rare in spices because you are sourcing the spices from plants, from herbs and all of that. Everybody gets it from the same. You get what I'm saying? So it's a lot of work to have something that is rare. And even those that claim to be rare is very marginal. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very marginal. They will say, oh, if you want to cook chicken, use not chicken. It tastes better or whatever. Is very marginal. Abi ladies, when you people cook, you will use a different one for when you are cooking beef. And then for when you are cooking chicken. So do you get what I'm saying? So it's very difficult in this category to be so rare. What you can have is what she has. You are new. You are introducing something new. So the question is, how can you capitalize on that? Does that answer your question? So this is because of that category that she's in. That's why I didn't challenge it. Okay. So let's move a little forward. Oh, there's another question. Yes, I've been looking for you since, actually, because I need to know where we are on time.
Please, how do you apply this to intellectual property like song, movies, books? How do you apply it?
Interesting question. I've been looking for it. I didn't have any timer anyway. Okay. We'll round up now because we've run out of time. But I'll just show you a couple of other things, and I'll make sure they get. If you registered, I'll make sure they get the slides to you. When it comes to song, that one, intellectual property is easy. Once you have it, you have to patent it. You patent intellectual property straight away. Songs are pretty much the same thing. You patent it with contracts and all of that. Whoever owns the master is the person that owns the song. So I'm told, I'm not in that industry, but I have friends that are there. I'm told that a lot of the hit Nigerian songs, the masters are not owned by those artists. They are owned by foreign artists, whatever, even songs by Burna Boy them and all of that. You get what I'm saying? Because most of the time it's the producer or the studio that produced the thing that owns the master. You get what I'm saying? So, but any form of intellectual property, patent it if possible before you publish it and all of that. So that way it's secure. So I want to show you this very quickly. That when you're developing what is called your proposition, that is what you are offering the market, you have to keep in mind that you have to look at something that is distinctive from your competition. Then it must be what the consumer wants, and then it must be something that is true to the product. Your product must actually be able to deliver what you are saying. Must be able to deliver what you're saying, and then I think the last thing I want, okay, I've shown you that already. So this is also another way to look at it. And then you can then craft that into what is known as your brand positioning statement, which if you want to talk to people about your product or service, instead of telling them your mission, your vision, or your whatever, especially potential customers, what you need to tell them is a profiling of your consumers. We're not able to do that today, but keep in mind you must describe a real person. So demographics, psychographics, then the category you are in, then what is the benefit, not the product you are making. Your product is different from the benefits of your product. Do you get? Is this clear? So what your customers are interested in is not your product. Why do women wear clothes? Is it to cover nakedness? No. If it is, they will say they have. From the beginning of time till now, women never have enough clothes. Abi? Is it not true? They will tell you, I don't have clothes. I don't have clothes. Our wardrobe is big. Why? Because they don't wear clothes to cover their body. They wear clothes to get attention. So they are thinking, they've seen me 3 times in this dress. If I wear it again, Abi, they will notice. So they want to change. Then they will buy a new bag to get attention. Because when she gets to office, people say, there's something new about you. Really? That is what she is paying for. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the benefit. That attention is the benefit. So you have to be clear what the benefit of your product is, not the features of your product. The benefit. And then the reasons to believe, what supports it, what actually makes it true. And you can you can put it in a statement like this. 2, what's your customer profile? And then what they want.
Please, if we can all round up in 2 minutes, that would be great. Thank you so much.
So, and then your core offering benefits and what your promise is or your tagline or whatever. Is that okay? We've run out of time, so just kindly help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll be done in a few minutes. I just want to give my vote of thanks. So we can just have our seats very quickly. My name is Onyebuchim Obiemi, and I work with Covenant Capital here in Lekki. Okay. All right, please, can you just give me like 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, and we can continue the chit chat.
Please, our master classes should be concluded so that everyone is here. So master classes, please give us 2-3 minutes and you can go back if you want to do this and the lights are still on. Please, master classes, let's conclude now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's just come together.
Yeah, we can just sit wherever we are. Don't worry, we can continue the chit chat once I'm done. Okay, so I want to say a very big thank you to everyone who has first facilitated today, to the keynote speaker, to the panelists who were on the panel today, and then through to all the facilitators that held and took the master classes today, and to the agencies who were around, the LS ETF, the LIRS, also the branding consultants in the house. I want to say a very big thank you for the time to come out here and do this for us. We really appreciate. I also want to say thank you to every one of you, business owners, intending business owners, and everyone who sat here from 10 a.m. up until about 3 p.m. today. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. I really hope that you had a great time today. The intention was that at least we can just give you a few tips on how to sort of transit your business to the next level. Just to also mention that Covenant Capital, on an ongoing basis, we run a business support unit where you can always reach out to us. We have our website, and on our website, you can always get our contact details and reach out to us for business support services. We also have a barcode up here. It's for the feedback. So please, we like to get feedback on this event. So please, scan the barcode and give us any kind of feedback. We have this periodically, and we would also let you know when we have the next event that Covenant Capital will be holding. I pray that God blesses and keeps every one of you, and have a safe journey back to your homes. And I wish you a very productive 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much.